Meeting to order. The first thing we'll do is we'll stand and say pledge allegiance to the flag that's up on the screen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, then I'll ask for a roll call first for Secretary Choma.
Commissioner Anselmi Dalton,
Present.
Commissioner Craig,
Here.
Commissioner Glick,
Here.
Commissioner Hosey,
Here.
Commissioner Kaylee,
Here.
Commissioner Cott,
Here.
Commissioner Lawson,
Here.
Commissioner Pence,
Here.
Commissioner Suker.
Here.
Chairwoman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Chairman Steinmetz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Donna, would you please call the roll?
Senator Ellis,
Excused.
Senator Guru,
Here. Here.
Senator Hicks,
Excused.
Senator Cole,
Present.
Senator Larson,
Here.
Representative Conrad,
Excused.
Representative Craigo, Representative Larson, Representative Nyman,
Here.
Representative Yin,
Excused.
Vice Chair Summers, Chairman Steinmetz.
Here.
We have 8 present, 4 excused.
Thank you very
Chair.
much, Donna. Well, welcome everyone to one of our favorite meetings to go over our projects this year. It's good to see people from all across the state, and former Representative Simpson, welcome. Good to see you. He was our previous chairman for Select Water, so we're honored to have you with us today. Committee, just one reminder today, we'd like to get all our questions answered today so that we don't spend a lot of time during when we put the draft bill together. So if you have questions of the sponsors today or the legislative members here, please ask today. Let's get this hammered out and so that we can have a clean bill when we come into the session. And so we look forward to hearing from all of you today and hearing more about these good projects. Madam Chairman, back to you.
Thank you. All right. So the next thing we have on our agenda is the approval of the minutes from the September 26, 2024 meeting. And if you had a chance to review those, I would ask for a motion.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Hosey and second by Commissioner Zucker. Any discussion of the minutes? Any comments? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, motions have been approved. The next item on our agenda is the small water project program amendments. These are time only, and we'll turn it over to Director Mead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We should have Jody Pavlika, our administrator for the Small Water Project Program, online to describe these real quick.
Welcome, Jody. Is she online? And it looked like when we read through this, that these amendments are basically just time because they had some sort of paleo, they had to have a paleontologist on board.
That's right.
And since they didn't, they needed extra time and they're going to try not to do stuff with the BLM for that purpose.
There's your explanation. Would you guys like to vote?
I'll wait for Jody.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, Jody, welcome.
Thank you. I caught the tail end of that. Does anybody have any questions? It sounded like you guys had the gist of it. Basically, BLM doesn't have a paleontologist on staff, and they are requiring paleontological clearances before they can get any of their projects put through. So the district has had to wait for those paleological clearances to have taken place. So they have the paleontology, I don't know how to say that, in hand, but they have it in hand now. So they are, the engineering is in progress and being reviewed right now by NRCS. So they anticipate having the notice to proceed paperwork on my desk this winter in time for construction next summer within the window of the sage grouse. So they anticipate having this stuff completed next summer as soon as the sage grouse timing is ready for approval.
Great, and this extends it to December 31st, 2025 for both of the contracts, correct, Jody?
That is correct.
Thank you for your explanation. I'm sorry I jumped the gun on you there. So,
All right.
and then, are there any questions on these project amendments? Okay, pretty straightforward.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you,
I'm
Madam
not
Chair. I
sure.
just had just one quick question, if that's okay.
Oh, sorry, Senator Grew, I didn't see your hand up because they put you very small and I'm obviously becoming very blind, so I apologize.
Well, you know, small is better. A little of me goes a long way, Madam Chairman. So
That's true.
yeah, there you go. Just a quick question. This is the first and only extension they've asked for on this project, correct?
That is my understanding.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, this is for our commission only, so I need a motion to approve both amendments, amendment number 1 to both the North and South Juniper Livestock Pipeline projects. So motion
Second.
by Kaylee and second by Commissioner Choma. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Back to you, Director Mead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to have George Mosier come up and give a quick closeout on the Rollins Water Master Plan.
Welcome, George.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission and Select Water. George Mosier with the Water Development Office. Today, I'm here to present a closeout memo for the Rollins Water Master Plan, which you'll find on tab E of your e-notebook or page 36. This is a water master plan, which was actually amended into the omnibus planning bill late in 2022. So it kind of slightly followed a different track. During the legislative session in 2023, the office proceeded with advertising and ultimately selecting a consultant to do this work. The consultant selected was WWDC Engineering. The original appropriation for this project was $250,000. The contract amount was $248,100. And ultimately, after the final bill is paid, we have a contract savings amount of $1,645.86. Broadly speaking, Rollins receives water from Sage Creek Springs, which are about 30 miles south of town. They also have about midway along that pipeline that conveys the water, they have 3 groundwater wells that can supply water into that pipeline. And then they also participate in a regional system with Sinclair in an exchange where some of Sinclair's water rights are used for a sources supply and a diversion from the North Platte in return for Sinclair providing treated water back, or excuse me, Rollins supplying treated water back to Sinclair. So this particular master plan evaluated their sources of supply, transmission lines, storage tanks. We did some hydraulic modeling to describe some of the in-town infrastructure and identified basically 4 really high priority projects for Rollins to pursue in making upgrades to their system. Those in priority order are the transmission pipeline rehabilitation from the springs on into town. That particular pipeline consists of mortar line steel pipe installed in the late 80s, early 90s. They have numerous problems with blow-off valves and air relief vacuums. They're leaky and essentially because that constitutes their main source of quality water supply to the system. It's kind of that critical piece for them. So that's the highest priority project. The second is to finish rehabilitation of their spring sources supply. They've done some rehab on some of the spring boxes collection system and some of the piping in that system, and work remains to be done in order to bring that current. Those particular collection systems were installed in the 1920s, so we're obviously talking about stuff that's exceeded its reasonable expected lifespan. The third project that was identified was replacing their high pressure transmission pipeline, which is downstream from water treatment and conveys water into town and supplies that to basically their high pressure zone. This is once again one of those things where it's the sole conduit for that source of supply to the high pressure zone. So a key piece for them. Even during the study, that particular pipeline developed a rupture that required some quick and speedy work and digging it up. It's a 20-inch diameter pipeline, high pressure. So it's certainly a critical piece of their infrastructure. And then the fourth priority of these kind of highest priority items consisted of replacing some aging infrastructure at their main tank farm. They have a couple of very old and at end of life tanks. The 2023 inspection indicated that there are areas in the steel floor of these two tanks that are actually completely corroded away. So we're down to the cement that's underneath there. One of the bright spots, I think, at least in the hydraulic modeling component, is that those tanks right now are about 15.5 million gallons, and the modeling indicated that probably the recommended size for that location should be about 2 million gallons. So it's not as though we need to replace them with quite as massive a tanks when we're thinking about improvements to that. Totaling all of those up arrives at roughly $27 million for those projects. Rollins is currently doing some other improvements, which kind of don't go into that number, upgrades to their SCADA system and some additional spring box collection work. But on the whole, to try to rehabilitate this system, at least in the engineers' eyes, this looks to be about a $30 million effort. So one of the things that we also did as part of the study is attempted to project that based on various funding mechanisms, what that means to the end user, what that means to the average rate-paying customer, and depending on what kind of grant loan mix and different funding sources, SRF funding, to do that work probably means about 14 to 25 additional dollars per month for each ratepayer within the system. We did look at several other potential projects. People might have heard those floating around before. I'll just briefly mention them. Expanding current groundwater supplies, fracturing of their existing wells, upgrading some of the other storage tanks. Several of those ideas have floated around as things that would be good to do. And ultimately, our study recommended that Rollins really maintain their focus on those 4 high priority projects. Maybe there are some other things down the road that would be good to do, or slight tweaks or enhancements, but the study really recommends that they just stay focused on those 4 highest priority projects. There was a public presentation of this at the Rollins City Hall, July 9th. And the Water Development Office has received the final report and deliverables. There's a giant 3-ring binder. I didn't bring it along today, but certainly have a copy here if anybody would like to be able to thumb through that at a later point. And the office recommends acceptance of the final report submittals and closing the consultant services contract. Madam Chair, if members of the commission or Select Water have any questions, I can certainly attempt to answer them.
Thank you for the thorough review, George. We appreciate it. Glad that they have a sort of pinpoint focus. Are there any questions by the commission or Select Water?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Suker?
George, what is their rate today? And how much would it go if it went from where it is today to where it's proposed?
Madam Chair, average residential monthly water bill right now is a little over $76.
Thank you.
That's above most peers, I would imagine. So they're paying a lot for their water. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. There is a motion on page 38 that they have proposed for us, so I would look for a motion similar to that if possible, and on our e-notebook.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner?
I move acceptance of the Rollins Water Master Plan Level 1 Study Project Report as being complete, and further, the WWDC makes the following findings relative to this project. That the commission recommend procedure to the next level of project development upon the submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor.
Okay, Commissioner Kaylee made the motion and seconded by Commissioner Lawson. Thank you both. And any discussion? I said second by Commissioner Lawson. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And so seconded by him. And with no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion is passed. Thank you, George. Okay. Back to you, Director Mead.
All right, excuse me, the next agenda item is planning amendments. First one being the Clear Creek Storage Study, Level 2, Phase 2. This is amendment number 8. We are asking for an additional year. It's really just to finish up the report and then continuing to work to get more detail on beneficiaries for the project. So if you recall, Clear Creek, this contract really started back with the initial Level 2 Phase 1 alternatives analysis to see what storage opportunities there were to address late season irrigation shortages. And then it went through Level 2 Phase 2, where we actually went out and did some wetland delineations, geotechnical exploration to understand that, yes, Upper Bull Creek site was the preferred site. There were a number of rounds of geotechnical investigation just because of weak soils. Since that time, it's been somewhat languishing, I would admit. Part of that because I'd say before the COVID crisis came about, we were over $100 million estimate for the project. So we knew costs and affordability were going to be an issue with this project. So we were waiting to see what came of the WRDA bills through Congress over time. Those really haven't come to fruition. Senator Barrasso was kind enough to help with that. There was just never any funding put towards those. So at this point, we want to wrap the report up, and I don't anticipate any further amendments on this project with this consultant. If the sponsor is wanting to move forward, we'll probably go back out to consultant selection. So that's that one.
Okay, and do you want to proceed to the second one, the Levitt?
Sure. The second one is on Levitt Reservoir. So as we went through, we had Stantec on board to be as our consultant through the feasibility analyses. Again, that's the alternatives analysis, all that stuff. We then use those consultants typically when we get into the NEPA process to bring along that project knowledge and to be able to provide information or go get information that the NEPA lead agencies might require during that NEPA process. So we've had them on board for a number of years. The kind of the last piece of this is Beaver Creek, which is the water source for the Levitt Reservoir, is impaired with E. coli. And so as part of the 401, DEQ 401 certification, we have to look at adaptive management. So they wanted us to collect baseline water quality, and we've done that pre-project. We just need to do that from the reservoir once the reservoir is built. And that project is anticipated to be complete and filling in 2026. So 2026, we'd have to get some water quality samples, 27. And if anything comes of that, I want to give us a little bit of buffer. So we're asking to extend that contract through December 31st of 2028 so we can wrap up that water quality sampling that we need to do for the 401 certification. So with that, I would ask for your favorable consideration of those two amendments.
Okay. Thank you, Director Mead. Commissioner, are there any questions regarding these two? The one is amending just 1 year for the Clear Creek, and the other one is to 2028, December 31st, 2028 for Levitt. Any discussion? No? Okay, then I would look for a motion to approve, unless anyone would pull off a project. Otherwise, I'd ask to approve both projects en bloc.
Madam Chair, I would like to move that we approve the two planning amendments in block as discussed.
Great. Thank you for the motion. Commissioner Hosey, second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lee. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion's carried. Thank you, Director. Okay, we go on to the funding recommendations. And there's some recommendations on page 18 and 19. If people want to refer back to that in our, from yesterday, in our e-notebooks, but otherwise Director Mead will go through these various ones. We will either do them in block, or if someone wants one pulled out, then we'll go ahead and ask for you to pull that out and vote on it separately after we do the block. I know that that might happen with some, so we'll anticipate that. Otherwise, we'll start with item number 8, 2025 funding recommendations on new development program. Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you mentioned, those summary spreadsheets are in the regular e-notebook on page 18 and 19, I believe. We are now going to be working in the recommendations e-notebook. This first project is on page 5 of the recommendations notebook. And so we'll kind of get in the groove like we do every year running through these, but I'm going to give a short kind of introduction to the project. As sponsors that have attended see their project coming up, just go ahead and come on up. So we're not taking a lot of time with that. And Bill has spent a lot of time on these recommendations as well. So I've got him up here to fill in the gaps. And then we'll hand it over to the sponsor to provide any information they may want, or for you guys to ask questions. So that's kind of how we'll run through these. We'll see how things progress, take breaks when we need to. Otherwise, we'll keep moving. So the first set of projects are account 1, new construction projects. So new development, new construction. This first project is the Bighorn Regional Joint Powers Board South Transmission Project 2025. It's basically a new transmission main from the east side of Worland to the Worland Municipal Airport. So a portion of this project is needed to remedy low pressures during normal demands, but the remaining is needed for fire flow at the airport. And with the funding conditions we have with our program, we can't afford to fund fire flow for every sponsor. So we deem that ineligible for that section that goes to the airport. So of that ineligible cost, that's about $1.3 million in ineligible costs. So the total eligible costs on page 1 there are roughly 6.6 million. And because of the, I guess the design work that needs to be done and the easements that need to be acquired, what we are recommending is 50% of pre-construction costs. So that would be 50% of roughly $800,000 or $405,000 total. And then they can come back once they get designs in place and easements in place, and then we'll consider the construction part of that. So with that, I believe John Joyce is here representing the Joint Powers Board. If you guys want to introduce yourselves.
Members of the committee and the commission, thank you very much for having us here today and considering our project. I'm the director of the Bighorn Regional, who's the sponsor of this project. And I wanted to add a little bit to that description. We understand that you guys don't sponsor fire flow, and we did not. This is a pretty gray area, I think, in this case. This is not fire protection necessarily for the airport or for the area. They use the airport when there's forest fires in the Bighorns to fill up planes. So the airport's looking for additional flow to provide a service to the airplanes that they, when there are fires, when they'd like to be able to have them land there and fill them up with water. So I realize it is firefighting, but we consider it a service that the airport provides as part of their airport service. So, and that's not to say if there wasn't a fire up there that they wouldn't use the same water to fight the fire with. So I understand it's a gray area, but we wouldn't have put the application in if we didn't feel that that was, within the guidelines of the water development. They don't feel that it is, and that's okay. So we appreciate you looking at the project, and we hope we can move ahead with it.
Thank you. Oh, no, you're down there today.
And
Welcome
there's a bunch
back.
of us here today. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just one quick question, just out of curiosity, what revenue would this generate for the community? I mean, if you're providing this service, is this a revenue generating service that they're paying for this water, or as opposed to a fire suppression or something for the facility? But I mean, if you're using this as an opportunity to be able to generate revenue, I would be curious to know if that revenue is being generated and how much.
Madam Chairman, as Bighorn Regional, we supply our members with water at I guess you'd say a fixed rate. So we wouldn't, Bighorn Regional would not generate any additional income. The city of Worland owns that airport, and I do not know what kind of contracts they have with the firefighters, the wildland plane firefighters for that. So I'm sure they charge them for using the airport, and so but I don't know what that figure is. I don't have a number for you. As the sponsor, we won't see any increased revenue off of this. This is a continuation of us supplying wholesale water to the city of Worland, and this project serves many people south of Worland, and that's where we're having the problem with pressure. So it'll have the side benefit of increasing the flows to the airport.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Joyce. Are there any other further questions? I just have a quick question, Jason or Bill, maybe, are there other ways that they get funding for the fire suppression? I would think that are there other alternatives that they can seek out?
So most of the time, sponsors would go after state revolving fund for something like that, or MRG funds through SLIB.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. We'll continue on to the, oh, sorry about that. Senator Kolb?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. So I'm a little confused. I heard that you want increased flows to the airport. It's not really going to be used for firefighting. So then the next question is why wouldn't they consider putting a storage tank in to contain that water when they do need it? Instead of, I mean, if you're trying to go both sides of this issue, I see that, I mean, I don't know why that's not a solution. Could you please explain why that isn't a solution, just to put a storage tank in for those times when you need the water for fire suppression? Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I don't know if they presently have a tank, but I know they either have one or they're planning on putting one in. The problem they've had in the past, and it's not all the time, if it's a big fire, they anticipate draining the tank and needing to fill it more rapidly than what they can now. And they could put in more tanks and satisfy that. So I think that's one direction they could go. And I don't have the exact answer for you there. Like I said, we had a request from our member, which is City of Worland, to supply more water up there, and those are the reasons they've given for needing more water. And I haven't gotten into the details of how the airport operates that much. I'm sorry. We can find out some of that for you if you need more information on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Joyce. Any further questions?
Madam Chair.
Senator Grew?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director, couple of quick questions. What's your total time horizon on this project as far as to completion? What does your board see?
I think that might be a question.
Madam Chairman, the way this application has gone, we expect that the design work, if it's approved, would start next summer, and would take roughly 1.5 years for permitting and design work. And then we would be hopefully back in front of you next fall with a request for construction money. And so I would say it's a 3-year project right now.
3 years. Okay, thank you very much. The last question is back on the, did I understand you correctly? there's no meter water system here. You're just selling flat rate to all customers?
Yes and no, sorry for the,
Okay.
we do meter the water and we know, who's getting what, and we have different arrangements with different members. Some members, we supply water to their sole source and we charge them by the gallon. Some members like City of Worland, we're using their wells to supply the pipeline with, so, they don't get charged by the gallon. So they, in this case, this would be part of the transmission system and it would be water coming from the city's wells delivered to the city. So there wouldn't be a gallon charge for this, the water that goes through this project. There is a assessment charged every month to all the members, and it, depending, you know, it would be hard to break it down by the gallon, but we charge $11.50 per EDU. So every tap that's on the system for each member gets charged $11.50. That's added on to their existing water bills.
Okay. Thank you. And Madam Chair, the reason why I ask, to trying to get it, maybe a way to clear up this gray area that you're talking about with the fire suppression and all that, that might be a good information to have at what the City of Worland's using for firefight, as far as, you know, a gallon as percentage of this total ask, that maybe having that information might help the commission and Select Water, try to help clear that up for you. Just a thought. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, Senator Grew. Any further questions? Commissioner Glick?
You guys, do you deliver, I mean, does people haul water through your system, like out to the outer areas for their cisterns and stuff? And how, do you have a distribution center? And do you charge for that?
Madam Chairman, we do, we deliver the water to our members, and some, probably all of our members have tank fills or water cranes that people that live outside the rural water systems use to fill their cisterns with. And each entity or member of ours has their own fees. City of Worland, I think, don't quote me, last I heard was about $8 a thousand. South Bighorn rural water, they charge about $2 a thousand. So there's quite a variance in what the charges are for the water crane service.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we thank you very much for coming. Mr. Joyce, I'm not sure I caught your name. I apologize.
Jeff Roseland, engineer with Dow.
Great, Jeff. Thank you also for coming. We appreciate your time, and we'll go on to the next project, which
Thank you.
is the cloud seeding, correct?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Next project is cloud seeding in the Medicine Bow Sierra Madre ranges. This is our aerial cloud seeding program. I'm gonna have Barry come up and talk to you about this, but so this is for next winter, not this winter. We're already funded for this winter. And this would be the 8th year, or next year would be the 8th year of operational seeding. So I'll hand it over to Barry.
Barry, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission, Select Water. I'm Barry Lawrence, Deputy Director for Planning, and I'm here to talk to you about one of your favorite subjects, cloud seeding. And I've got two recommendations to go before you today for your consideration. The first one's airborne program, and we're going to talk about the airborne program and then also the ground-based program and how they're different and so forth. Also online, we will have Aaron Fisher and Bruce Bowe with Weather Modification International. They are our contractors that do the actual cloud seeding. Should you have any technical questions that I can answer, then we can dish to them. So that having been said, let's launch into the aerial program, no pun intended. Aerial program. Basically, we are targeting the Medbows Sierra Madres. And the idea here is to augment flows in the Platte and Little Snake basins. As
as Director Mead has mentioned, this is funding we are requesting for next winter's operations, not this year. We're already operational this year. We can talk about that as well if you'd like. And this, so the winter of 25-26, it would be our 8th year of operations in those 2 mountain ranges with airborne program. It is a 5.5-month program, runs November to April 15th typically, unless it's suspended. We can talk about that as well. The aircraft is based in Cheyenne and uses flares, wing-mounted flares. Actually, there's a picture on the recommendation there. You can see that plane. And then also ejectables. And also on that, if you're looking at that recommendation, you'll see that the typical flight tracks, give you an idea of how the plane flies there. Upwind of the target areas, upwind of the Sierra Madres, upwind of the Medicine Bows, depending on conditions and so forth, where they're finding the super cold liquid water and so forth, and the wind flows and everything. There's a lot of science that goes into this and how that plane operates, and we can talk about that as well. So the request is for $875,000 for next year. I should also let you know that one of the funding partners is the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities. Obviously, they have a significant interest in snowpack in those mountains for their water supply, and they have been contributing $50,000 a year towards the project. And if I were to take you back 1 year ago, almost 1 year ago exactly, and we were here in Casper, and we talked about the hydrological assessment. If you remember, one of the things, I mean, I should let you know that the debate nationally relative to cloud seeding is not so much whether the technology works anymore. I mean, we've proven that not only from the Wyoming program, but with Idaho Power and what they've done with the Snowy project, which really pushed the science. I mean, because they actually found, it was the holy grail. Everybody was looking for microphysical changes in cloud properties, and it's in the peer-reviewed journal articles. And so it's pretty much been established that cloud seeding does work. And the science has gone by leaps and bounds since we started this 20 years ago. And we can certainly have the folks online talk about that. But that having been said, so now the debate has become, okay, well, how much bang for the buck? Does it make sense? Who should pay for that? And so, and to that end, if you remember, we had a 1-year hydrological assessment study that funded by the legislature to look at the seeding in the Medbo Sierra Madres, actually using our data from previous years' operations to see, are we making a difference and how much does it cost against the monies we spent to run the program? So that was a year ago. We had Sarah Tessendorf here, made the presentation. I think some of you remember that. It's also online. But they basically looked, as I said, 4 years of operations, and they intensively modeled 1 year. And that turned out to be 2019 to 20. And the reason that year was selected, one of the reasons was, and it wasn't cherry picking, it was where we had most data. We had the CWIP on the plane, looking at cloud water and so forth, extra instrumentation. There was just a better data set to do that analysis. So they used advanced modeling tools. Here again, the science has advanced amazingly. They used flight level cloud measurements, ground-based weather data and so forth to come up with seeding effect for that winter and for what we saw. And the minimum on that was 6,058 acre feet to a maximum of 14,000 acre feet. That is precipitation with a mean of 9,400 acre feet, 9,478 was the outcome of that study for that 1 year. Of course, then that has to be translated from precip into stream flow and runoff, where they use the WRF hydro model. And here again, this is state of the science, the best that's out there anyway right now. And they found about 78% of the additional precip made its way into additional stream flow, about 21% soil moisture, and the rest was counted for ET. Having that said all that, what they were looking at for increases and so forth, when we look at actually stream flow in the system, the areas that saw the largest increases of stream flow, net gains were the Upper North Platte and the Upper Laramie. Upper North Platte saw 28 acre feet, and Upper Laramie 2,356 acre feet. Then also other drainages such as the North Platte headwaters, Little Snake and so forth also saw from 348 up to 892 acre feet. All said, we're looking at about 7,000 acre feet. And here again, then putting that additional yield in the system against what we paid for the program that year, it ran between a low of $56 per acre foot up to a high of $124 an acre foot with a mean of about $81 per acre foot. That's what the study said. As I mentioned, that was 1 year. Obviously, there's a lot of climate variability between years and so forth. And then at that particular year, I mean, soil moisture is a big part of that. And going into that winter, It was a drier, the soil moisture, because of the preceding winters and so forth, a lot of it had to do with replenishing the soil moisture. So that's just 1 year, a snapshot in time based on that study. But to give you an idea of what could be done and what the cost of doing that is. So I will tell you that the request is 875,000, as I mentioned. In the middle of the page, and I might, on page 3, if you could look at the example, give you an idea of what a typical mission might look at. And it was like a 4-hour mission. This was, give you just an example here again, where the plane went out of Cheyenne, flew over to the Sierra Madres, did multiple passes in the Sierra Madres. We're on station there for about an hour, or actually almost 2 hours there. Transitioned back over to the Med Bows, multiple passes there on flight track 4 and 5, and then they ended up seating around 8 o'clock. So about 4 hours of seating, and that's a very typical mission. And then they flew back to Cheyenne. So just give you an idea of the airborne missions. So the request is for 875,000. And I should tell you that our program this year went live on Friday, the 8th, and we have yet to have any seating missions, operational seating missions with the aircraft out of Cheyenne. Conditions haven't been right to do so, but they're poised and that they're ready. And so with that, I can certainly launch into the ground-based recommendation, or we can take questions on the airborne.
Representative Yin has a question, so I guess we'll stop for a minute and.
Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you, Mr. Lawrence. So I appreciate all of that. I've looked at in the notebook for what's been submitted. I'm curious on whether the modeling for that year has been checked against the measurements during that year of stream flows and compared to the mean stream flow from previous years.
Yes, Madam Chair and Representative Yen, definitely. I will tell you that part of that they ingest, the Wharf Hydro model ingests all the stream flow. And so there was extensive look at all the gauges in that area, and that was all put into the model, and it's taken into account. And so and the model is calibrated using that information.
Okay. Any further questions at this moment? Not very much. Go ahead into the
Okay,
next one.
great. Okay, for your consideration, for the consideration is the second recommendation here, and this has to do with the ground-based program. And I think most of you know that obviously for flow augmentation in the Colorado River Basin, so important. And so this program targets the Medicine Bow Sierra Madre, or excuse me, the Wind River Range and the Sierra Madres for flow augmentation in the Upper Colorado River Basin. Here again, we are requesting funding for next winter, that is winter of 25-26, and this will be the 12th year of operations with ground-based operations. And just so you know that when we finished our research program a number of years ago, rather than dismantling some of these stations, especially in the Wind River Range, we were asked to leave them in place, and it became part of a larger program for flow augmentation in the Colorado River Basin. And to that end, in 2018, State of Wyoming signed an agreement with the 7 basin states for flow augmentation in the Colorado River Basin through cloud seeding. And so you have a situation where lower basin entities are funding, helping fund cloud seeding in the upper basin. And so it's a cost share arrangement. As I said, it's a 9-year agreement. It actually goes through next winter. So the winter that we're talking about is the last year of that agreement with the lower basin. Okay. Obviously it could be renegotiated and everything, but right now that is the last year of the agreement that's in place for next winter. So when I say a lower basin helping fund the opportunities in the upper basin, we're talking Southern Nevada Water, Central Arizona, and also Colorado River Board of California. And they are contributing 1.5 million to the upper basin every year. And that's their max to be split by the 3 states. So each state, Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, get 500,000 towards their cloud seeding efforts. And so it's a cost share. In the state of Wyoming, the cost share is 63% lower basin and other funding partners, with Wyoming's share 37%. And that is the reason why you're seeing a proposed budget of $322,000 for next year's, the 12th year of the operations in the Sierra Madres and the Winds for the ground-based generator program, targeting those areas for flow augmentation in the Colorado River Basin. And it is a strategy for, in the Colorado River Basin. I will show you, you see the picture there of what a typical ground-based generator looks like there. And we have, and we'll talk about that, we've got 13 of those deployed currently. And then on the right there, if you can see the map, and probably can't, I don't know if David or somebody could zoom in a little bit on the map. Just to give you a feel for what's going on, I wanted to show the build out and what's going on with the other states. You can see the outline of the Colorado River Basin there, and you can see all the generators that are being placed. Colorado, Utah each have over 100 generators each. We have 13. I should tell you also, if you look closely in the southwestern Wyoming, you'll see a few generators, southwestern Wyoming. Those are actually operated for the state of Utah. They are targeting back into Utah. So they're located in Wyoming. They have to come to the Wyoming State Engineer's office and get a permit, but it's part of their flow augmentation in Utah for the high Uintas. So that's what those are in the southwestern part. But ours are located in the Winds and the Sierra Madres. As I mentioned, 13 ground-based generators, and you'll see there on the next couple pages a little more detail showing you where those generators are located in the Winds. We have the 10 generators. They've been there since 2014. We have 9 generators on the western flanks of the Wind River Range. And then on the lee of the mountains, there's one called the Enterprise generator, which is captures upslope flow, and it is located about 8 miles south of Lander, to give you an idea. So there's 10 in the Winds. And then the other picture there, you'll see the 3 in the Sierra Madres. And those are at state land sites. All these, I should mention that for the ground-based generators, they're not located on federal lands. They're all on state or private lands. We have agreements to do so, permits with state lands folks, and then agreements with private landowners, ranches and so forth to have those other generators. So 3 in the Sierra Madres, High Savory, West Tullis, and North Battle. And those have been in for the last, well, 2 of them been in last year. This North Battle was just installed this summer. So 13 total generators. The funding request is, as I mentioned, $322,143. We are expecting and anticipating $540,000 coming from external funding partners. Here again, it's a 63-37 split. So the majority of the funding coming from external funding partners. Of the 540 that we're expecting, 500,000 would be from the Lower Basin. It's the last year of that agreement, as I mentioned. And then a remaining 40,000, we have had folks contributing, such as some Trona firms, Rocky Mountain Powers contributed, and also Green River, Rock Springs, Sweetwater County Joint Powers Board, all with an interest in augmenting flows in the Colorado River Basin. So 540 total we're expecting for next year. Our ask is 322,143. And I would end my comments there.
Great. Representative Nyman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just curiously, as I look at this map, it looks like a lot more of Colorado and Utah's emphasis is towards ground-based operations. What percent of theirs is aerial compared to Wyoming's percentage of aerial? I mean, if they're investing and they're finding most of their results coming from ground-based operations, is it a good idea to continue to invest in aerial? And should we be putting more of our effort into ground-based based on what these folks are doing?
Well, I will
Evidently
tell
on results, I would imagine.
Madam Chair and Representative Nyman, I will tell you that obviously Colorado right now has no airborne operations. Okay, none, and I will tell you it's all ground-based, and they have a historically large program there. If you remember the past few years, part of our airborne program, they were cost sharing on our airborne program to go down into Colorado. Remember, the minute that plane left Cheyenne and went down into Colorado, we were based in the plane, but we had first priority in the Medbos and Sierra Madres. And then they would take the plane when there were not right conditions in Wyoming. The plane could then go down and target the Never Summers there near Walden for additional flows. And it was also to help the Upper North Platte, which helped Wyoming water users too. But that having been said, the end of that agreement has come to fruition. That this year they are not piggybacking on our program, and they are concentrating on the ground-based efforts. Okay.
Great. Senator Cole?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Anselmi. Getting back to the aerial program,
Yes.
I'm trying to grasp the reality, and not from 2019, but where we're at today in 24 and going to 26, the cost of the inflation. Now, I didn't hear anything about how we're spending, $700, whatever, $1,000 for this program, in the future, but I assume that inflation has impacted this program. And with that assumption, I would assume that you've lost half your ability to do what you could have done for the same dollar in 2019 in rough numbers. Could you explain, our bang for our buck has to be decreased. I mean, it can't have stayed the same. So just what kind of impact do you foresee, or could you explain, if you do know, on the extra cost for aerial-based cloud seeding, as opposed to what your figures that you just laid out to us on the cost per acre foot? Like how do they interplay with each other? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Select Water, certainly, Senator Kolb, there are increases in costs, especially for you're talking about the flares and the ejectables and so forth, and then increased costs with having the aircraft based in Saran and on the tarmac and having pilots and everything. Obviously, there's increased costs over the years. I understand that concern. I will tell you that our contractor's been very good, that they've only asked for modest increases over the years. Matter of fact, we might ask them that question relative to inflation and what they see in the long term. I will also say that modeling, keep in mind that there's a wide range in the modeling from low end acre feet, the yield versus high end. And then also that was 1 year, a snapshot in time. And so every winter is going to be different, so forth. This year winter is going to be totally different than next winter. And so I understand that concern with the cost increasing and so forth. And I might, if we could have Bruce Bowe, who is the chief meteorologist for WMI, I believe is online, maybe he can speak to the costs over the years.
Bruce, are you out there? Bruce Bowe? Or Aaron Fisher? I'm not sure. Maybe Bruce is better. Give him a second to see if he can chime in. Thank you.
I'm not sure.
Welcome, Bruce. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. So Barry might want to repeat his question.
Right. We had a question here, Bruce, relative to the increasing costs. And if you put that against the additional yield that the NCAR study showed and so forth, and aren't you then basically diminishing, the bang for the buck? And maybe you could speak to costs over the years and what you see in the trends and speak to that whole issue.
That's a difficult question because, of course, each year is different. And I'm reluctant to assign numbers to the efficacy of a single year. The NCAR study that you refer to is fairly recent. I think you're correct in stating that it's a snapshot, a moment in time. There are also a lot of uncertainties in the model. That being said, one of the things we have done with this program in recent years is we have internally, that is Weather Modification International, has gone forward with our own modeling program of numerical weather prediction in a prognostic form. That is to help us know when conditions are right. NCAR never did that and still does not do that. We have specific products that help us ascertain when seeding is correct, the conditions are right for seeding. And with the aerial program, specifically mentioned here, we have an excellent way of checking that prediction, because when the aircraft gets there, they can determine by their in situ operations exactly what the cloud conditions are like, and we can compare that to the model. So this is something we've done without increased cost. It's something WMI has done with all of our projects, and it's an addition to the program. And I'd like to think that our efficacy has in fact increased significantly, because we have a better handle on when conditions are right and when the aircraft should be used. And I can't imagine that we're not doing a better job than we used to do in terms of going with the publicly available numerical weather prediction.
Thank you, Bruce. We have a question from Speaker Summers.
Madam Chairman, thank you. It's really not a question, it's just a comment. I mean, we've sat here yesterday and today, and all costs are increasing, right? The cost of water, period, is increasing, whether it's through augmentation, or whether it's a new dam, or whether it's, you name it. We've just been talking about increasing costs for water, and they're going to continue to increase probably for a while. So certainly, I think if you look at what our neighbors to the south are doing, as far as whether it's ground-based or air-based, it's a thing. It works. That's why ski hills put millions of dollars into this, and I think it would behoove us to continue this program.
Thank you, Speaker Summers. Barry, I had a question, just, I know you said that basically the contract will end in 2026, so are we preparing to enter into new contracts for the, and for how long?
Right, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Select Water, yes, relative, obviously, there's operational contracts. That's not what we're talking about here. I mean, though, what we're talking about when you talk about ending next year, that is the big 9-year agreement with the Lower Basin. All 7 basin states are in accordance to continue to do this thing. And I will tell you, there are already discussions being led by Southern Nevada Water Authority to negotiate another tranche of funding. I assume that the costs will go up, obviously, and their contributions will go up. That would be the assumption. I see no indication, given the condition Lake Powell, Lake Mead, and what's going forward. I should mention also, every year we have to go to them with what we're proposing to do for the following year and for the coming up winter. And they look at the 24-month forecasts and in August, and they decide whether or not they're going to fund it for the next season. And so it's based on the forecast and what they see for those reservoirs filling and so forth as to whether they're going to fund the next winter's operations. And obviously right now that's not even a consideration. It's not a problem. They're going to continue and they're committed to this program. There's a lot of interest in this, especially with the advances that I mentioned in the science and what's going on. There's a real commitment to continue this.
Great, thanks. Representative Nyman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Barry, just one quick question. Is there any real breakdown in between the effectiveness of ground-based versus aerial? I mean, have they had actually any, I mean, in the one specific area, more efficiency or anything like that?
Madam Chair, I think I would like to send that off to Bruce and let Bruce, can you talk to about the efficiency between ground-based and airborne? Obviously, you have to, I mean, the premium program would have both, would have ground and aerial and targeting. And a good example, Idaho Power has both ground and aerial, because there's sometimes some situations where it makes sense to do airborne, do top seeding, one thing or another. The other ground-based seeding, you've got the issue of the plume and the meander. Are you getting that material up into the clouds and so forth? But I would like Bruce to answer that question.
Bruce?
Yes, thank you. Barry's quite right. It depends on the conditions. If you read the recent evaluations that NCAR has completed of Wyoming target areas, what you'll find is that ultimately they recommend aerial over ground-based. The reason for that is the location of the aircraft that dispenses the seeding material into the supercooled cloud can be varied on a case-to-case basis. Furthermore, if the clouds are warm in the lower levels but colder aloft, that is cold enough for seeding, the aircraft can simply fly a little bit higher. You can't do that with a ground-based generator. The ground-based generator disperses from the ground, and the effects of that plume produced by a single ground-based generator, the location of that is determined by the environmental winds in that area at that time. And you can't move the generator very effectively. There have been some programs in the past that have had mobile generators, but their use was limited to highway use. The target areas that we are using in Wyoming don't have a suitable road for that sort of thing, and it'd be a limited location anyway. So I think the fixed location is the best for what Wyoming has presently in the target areas for the ground-based, but I think overall the aerial program is better. That having been said, there are times where the ground-based generators will work and the airborne won't, because perhaps there's enough cloudiness or the clouds are so shallow that the aircraft can't fly low enough safely, to avoid the mountains to target a cloud. Whereas that's an easy mark for a ground-based generator, because the effects are relatively shallow, about the lowest 3,000 feet or the lowest kilometer from the surface. So those shallow clouds can be effectively targeted. As Barry said, the best program is a hybrid where you can do both, and I believe that is correct.
Great, thanks, Bruce.
Madam Chairman, follow
Follow-up?
Appreciate the information and thank you, Madam Chairman. But I guess what I'm just trying to get at is it's curious to me that when we've got two states south of us that have almost exclusively gone to ground-based, there must be some reason. And I can certainly appreciate the opportunity to be able to be more mobile and basically be able to chase, the opportunity with a plane, but I would like to know further why these other states are moving almost exclusively to ground-based, and what their reasoning behind that is. And I would have to believe that at some point it's effectiveness or cost and what they're actually getting on the investments. So I would appreciate some more information on that as to why maybe those states are doing that and not continuing to have multiple ways of seeding these clouds. So
Great. So Bruce or Barry, so can you also explain, did Colorado ever have an aerial program that they abandoned? I thought they were just ground-based. I'm just
No.
adding on to his
Madam-
question.
Madam Chair, relative to Colorado, it's my understanding that when they piggybacked on our program, that was the first airborne program in the state of Colorado. Matter of fact, this Colorado Water Conservation Board even touted it, working with Wyoming, first looking at a basin-oriented program and their first airborne program. And so that was actually touted. So I believe that to be, and Bruce, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that to be the only aerial program that Colorado has ever had, other than maybe some years and years ago, some historical type seeding. And then in Utah, I will tell you that Utah, there's been a huge shift in the last few years. They most recently, state of Utah put in $5 million into their program to jumpstart, and they are expanding their operations, adding additional generators, and they are looking at airborne. I've been in contact with the folks over there, and that is something that they're looking at to expand their program because their legislature made it clear that they wanted to do more in that technology. Or Bruce, if you wanted to add anything to that.
I would just affirm, Barry, what you said about our additional program, the piggybacking that the Jackson County Water Conservancy District did on our program the last few years was in fact their first airborne program. And the only reason they discontinued that was that Wyoming had priority over aircraft use, having being the primary sponsor of the program, and they were not getting when there's one airplane, you have to use it where the priority is. So it was getting used in Wyoming and not Colorado, and they felt that that was impacting their ability to continue with the airborne program. And so that's why they stopped it. It was because Wyoming is needing the airplane more.
Madam Chair, the other thing I might add, and Bruce, and you can allude to this too, keep in mind, you talk about Colorado and Utah, and you look at the myriad of generators they have and how, these generators in Utah and Colorado both, some of these have been in a long standing, probably 40, 50 years they've had generators. And Wyoming's relatively, in the bigger picture, Wyoming's relatively new to this game. And so it's only in the last 20 years that we've started to deploy and do this augmentation.
Representative Nyman, does that answer your question sufficiently?
thank
Okay, great. Thank you.
Chair,
Commissioner Suker.
just had a question for Barry on the O&M costs. To operate these generators for a season, do we have any history on what that may be? I'm talking about the grounds.
Right. Madam Chair, certainly we have a long history of paying these invoices. We know what it costs. In the case of the ground-based generators, we are leasing those. We do not own those. State of Wyoming did not want to be in the position of leasing those. Of owning those generators. They are operated and maintained by what WMI, who Bruce represents. And there's a lot of reasons for doing that, but they are on state lands or private lands, as I mentioned, and we have annual lease costs for those, and we are only charged for the months of the operational season. In other words, even though that generator is obviously out there all year long, we're only charged for the operational season, five and a half months where that generator be used.
So the items that the generator uses, they maintain them, they check it, and make sure it's full of whatever it needs to be, propane or whatever.
Madam Chair, correct. Obviously, the expendables, the propane, the seating solution, that type of thing, obviously we pay those bills, but they maintain them year round, and they're in there maintaining those. They have to go in usually in teams of 2 or 3 to go in the remote areas on sleds and so forth to get in there and do whatever needs to be done to keep those operating and so forth. But here again, we do not want to own those generators. We lease them, they maintain them, and there's a lot of benefits. They are the permittee to the state lands. They also, if there's vandalism, and I have to tell you, we've had some vandalism over the years, that then they make a claim to their insurance company, they get in there and they replace whatever, and it's not on the state of Wyoming to deal with.
So our operating or our lease includes operating costs.
That is correct,
So,
Madam Chair.
thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay, I'll go with Commissioner Glick and then Commissioner Cott.
I have a question about like it says as stated in an agreement, the lower basin parties, they provide opportunities to expand upper basin state projects and let's see, agree to contribute, what is it, $500,000 each, up to 15 million or 1.5 million collectively. And then lower basin parties further agree to contribute up to 4.5 million individually and 13.5 million collectively. And I know from, now I don't think that, in my opinion, the Lake Mead and Lake Powell never get over 80% for a while. Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, as I said, Madam Chair, there is a long-standing commitment here to do this. They do look at the conditions every year and so forth. The contributions right now, it's $1.5 million every year. That's why it's 13 some million over the whole term of the contract of the agreement, because it was $1.5 million per year from the lower basin to the upper basin to do cloud seeding operations. And their thought was obviously to help the programs that are in the upper basin. And I will tell you in the cases of Utah and Colorado, and if you look at the agreement, it actually says about a 50-50. That's what they'd like to be at, 50-50 cost share with the state of Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, and so forth. In our situation, they recognize we haven't gotten there. We're at 63-37. And so that we're paying less than the other states' percent share. We're in a more favorable relationship on that account.
Thank you, Barry.
Commissioner Cott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Barry, just from previous meetings on this, it seems there was some discussion that the Eden Valley Irrigation District was moving towards putting in a ground-based system. Is that part of this, or am I mistaken? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, no, Eden Valley, not part of our program, but they do run an operation. It's not shown on the map here. They do have 2 ground-based generators targeting the Big Sandy Draw on the Wind River Range. And one of the things we do to coordinate with them every morning, we produce a forecast, as you know, and we provide that forecast to them to help with their seeding operations for their targeting as well.
Madam Chairman, and for the office, thank you for participating with the Eden Valley Irrigation District. You're welcome.
Great. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Posey?
We've discussed the expense side of the equation. I'm assuming, and this is my assumption, so tell me if I'm thinking along the right lines. I'm assuming the benefits have also inflated in value. And if you add in the new technology, we're probably getting more bang for our buck if you look at both sides of the equation. Does that sound reasonable?
Right, Madam Chair. And certainly, I mean, we haven't talked enough maybe about the benefits, but let's think about it. The way, especially in the case of the lower basin, the way this is being treated, it's an effort to make the system whole. Nobody gets ownership from the additional water that might be produced and all, but it's an effort to make the system whole. And then, of course, the fisheries benefits and the environmental benefits and all the other things that come along with it. So.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Seeing no further questions, we want to thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Aaron Fisher, and to Bruce also for participating. And we will go on to our next item, the Hoback Junction. And then we'll do the saws, and then we'll do a vote on that set. And then maybe we'll take a short break. So we'll kind of my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Hoback is on page 20 of the recommendations notebook. So again, Hoback Junction Public Water System. So Hoback is basically starting from scratch. They've got a bunch of individual wells. They've had issues with nitrates and septic system interaction over the years. And so this is really everything from the infiltration gallery in the Snake River all the way to the storage tanks, transmission lines, and distribution system, setting up an entire new system. Overall, I think they've estimated the project cost around $7.5 million. The ineligible portions of those would be distribution. We've looked at the tank size. They didn't originally ask for funding to the tank, but they're asking for a 150,000 gallon tank. Their study that they did said they only really need 30,000 for the drinking water portion of it. Again, we're getting into that fire flow. So we said we could fund a portion of that, 20% to be exact. So when we look at all those, we are looking at a $2.5 million eligible funding request. They recognize that in their application. And because of all the easements and the design work that's going to need to be done, we're recommending pre-construction dollars only to the tune of $274,450. So I would mention that Senator Dockstetter did send a late support letter on this project. He was not able to make today's meeting, but sent his support. So with that, I would hand it over to the sponsors to introduce yourselves.
Hey, welcome, and please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and members of Select Water. My name is Robert Frodeman. I'm the Chair of the Hobeck Junction Water and Sewer District. It's a pleasure to be here today. This has been an ongoing effort, reaching back to the early 2000s, but it's really been driven in the last 8 years when a local subdivision, the Hobeck Junction area, exceeded nitrate levels, EPA standards for nitrate levels for clean drinking water. This motivated the community to come together in 2019 for a stakeholders process. We worked hard in 2019, and we're in the process of coming up with recommendations. When COVID hit, this put a stop to our efforts, but we picked it back up online in the fall of 2020, and we've been working diligently since 2020. In 2022, we raised, because of the urgency of this problem, clean drinking water, we proceeded to a level 2 study via a home brew. That is to say, we raised $225,000 for a level 2 study of options for addressing water issues in the Hobeck Junction area. We also went through the petition process to create the Water and Sewer District. The attitude upon the residents of Hobeck area is reflected by the fact that the vote in support of the creation of the district was unanimous. There were no opposed votes for this. The district became officially formed in the spring of 2023. The level 2 recommendations were completed by Nelson Engineering in this past May and were turned into WWDC and approved. We have also engaged in extensive fundraising for this. Teton County has stepped up to the plate and has provided $3 million out of the water spent in support of this. In addition, the Teton Conservation District has committed $250,000 in support of this project. The ask here to the Commission is for $1 million. This would allow us to turn toward this urgent problem in the spring. Right now, through the efforts of the Community Foundation of Jackson Hole and Protect Our Waters Jackson Hole, a nonprofit in the area concerned with water quality, we are now supplying jugs of water to the residents of the Hobeck area. Nitrate pollution is dangerous for human health. It is particularly dangerous to mothers and pregnant women and infants. Causes birth defects. And so we see this as an urgent problem. We have requested a little bit over $1 million. We humbly request that this be funded in full so we can turn immediately in the spring for design, permitting, putting out in bids, and hopefully the construction of a system in the summer of 2026. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about this. We also have our engineer available online. That is, if the technology is working. And we also have Heather Oberhauser here from Teton County Public Works to make a statement.
Welcome, Heather. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ansami Dalton.
members of the committee, Select Water. My name is Heather Overholser. I am Director of Public Works for Teton County. I'm not part of the district, but we are here to support Dr. Frodeman and the district. Just a few quick words. First, I want to say thank you and express my sincere gratitude on behalf of Teton County for this opportunity that is up for your consideration to provide funding for the Hoback District for clean water. I also want to recognize Dr. Frodeman. His leadership, energy, persistence, hard work has been evident. There have been attempts in the past to bring the Hoback District to this point, and no one has ever been as successful as Dr. Frodeman. So we are extremely grateful. I want to point out, as Dr. Frodeman has, that the district is not asking for first dollars from the state. The district has done extensive work already, gone through level 1, level 2 studies, and has done extensive fundraising. And just pretty recently, as Dr. Frodeman stated, the Teton County Board of County Commissioners has committed $3 million to support this project. And again, we are so very grateful for opportunities for many communities throughout our state that are before you, as well as for the Hoback District. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Commissioner Sucre, you have a question?
I do. I was just curious if you have reached out to some of our federal programs due to the fact that your drinking water doesn't meet certain criteria. There may be a federal program that may subsidize what you're looking for or doing with your system today. Don't know that, but have you done that? Yes.
Yes, we have. These are continuing efforts, USDA money. Mark Pepper, who's the executive director of the Wyoming Association of Rural Water Districts, has been working with us for the last 2 or 3 years, and he has been guiding us in the search for federal dollars.
Have you had any success with the dollars?
This gets pretty intricate, but I think we have some $500,000 or $600,000 of the $3 million the Teton County has appropriated as pass-through funds. Some of the other money that Teton County, the majority of the money that Teton County is putting up is coming from a SPET measure, but I believe some $500,000 or $600,000 is passed through from federal money.
Thank you.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So why doesn't the district include other properties in the Hoback vicinity that also cannot drink their water outside of the district?
Well, if you look at the maps for nitrate levels, it is there are concerns across Teton County's various places. But the area right around the junction jumps out as having extraordinarily high nitrate levels. I should also say there was something of I'm not sure quite what word to use. Given the history of efforts in Hoback to form a water and sewer district, which failed in earlier attempts, we created a rather small district in terms of acreage with the idea that we would expand over time. In retrospect, since the vote was unanimous in support, we were perhaps unduly conservative. We are now in negotiations with other parts of southern Teton County, such as the Horse Creek area, to annex them into the district. The idea has always been that we would seek to annex this and expand this as much as possible, but we want to get a foothold in southern Teton County and get a system up and running in the area where there's the greatest concern for human health.
Follow up.
Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So if they were to be annexed in, would you consider then coming back to Select Water for more funding to address the problems in other areas?
If possible, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Frodeman. Commissioner Kaylee.
Yes, I'd read in the report that it looks like most of the nitrate came from the septic systems in the area. And, are you guys looking at trying to do something with not just the water side of this, but maybe funding for wastewater or that type of funding to try to address the cause of the problem and not just clean up the problem?
We are. This is a good point. It is a water and sewer district, and in consultation with Public Works, a couple of years ago, we debated whether to do this with two bites of the apple, as we've decided to do, or just one. We will be addressing sewer issues as soon as we get this up and running. But the thought, and this was not only an economic but a political calculation, that to try to do both water and sewer at the same time might be so complicated as to push off the actual construction of the system further than we were comfortable with. But yes, you're correct. The clean drinking water system will isolate us from the problem, but will not fix the environmental problem. And we are committed to fixing this problem as soon as possible.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Has the county commissioners or anybody up there made a minimum, a study for that the septic tanks can't come down on less than 7 acres or something like that? Or are they still allowing you to put a septic tank on a 1 acre property?
Yes.
Madam
Heather?
Chair, Commissioner Kaylee, Heather Overholser, Director of Public Works, Teton County. There are regulations in place for septics in Teton County, and we recently completed a 2.5-year effort to put together a water quality management plan. And one of the immediate actions within that plan is to update our small wastewater facility regulations. And so with that, we will be creating more stringent requirements for septics. And in addition to that, through the work of the Water Quality Management Plan, we created overlays of the entire county, identifying the most sensitive areas. And in those areas, in Area 2, for example, which is the most sensitive, you are required to have either connection to sewer, and if that is not possible, then an advanced treatment system. And then Area 1, which is a little bit less, but not the least sensitive, you are required to have a little bit more advanced than a typical normal septic system. And then the least sensitive is just regular septic. But Teton County is also working with different sewer districts to make more sewer connections to the Town of Jackson facility so that we can get as many properties off of septic as possible. And I think what we've seen in Hoback is that over time, the density has increased, over decades. And so where septic was appropriate in the past is no longer, and the geology in the area also exacerbates the problem.
Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Heather. We also have a question from Senator Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you both, Dr. and Heather, for being here. This is a great project. I do have a couple of questions. My usual one for you, Doctor, is what do you see as the time horizon for the project as it's envisioned right now? I know there's talk and the good Representative Larson asked some great questions, and I know that you are looking at expanding the area, but right now, based on what's in front of us, what's your time horizon?
Thank you for the question. I guess there's a two-part answer to this. If we can receive full funding for our request, we hope to have a system with water flowing by the fall of 2026. This is an aggressive timeline, but we will set to work tomorrow to see if we can get this done. We don't know how much longer we can continue. The funding for the bottled water is cost to date over $45,000. I'm not sure whether we are going to be able to continue to receive those funds in the future. I don't wish to be overly dramatic about this, but sometimes residents turn on their faucets and black water comes out. It's not simply nitrates. There is also problems with wells in the area where it's not necessarily dangerous to drink, but it's unpleasant, it smells bad, it smells sulfurous. And so we feel like this is an urgent problem. If we can receive full funding, we will be aggressive in trying to get this done before the winter sets in November of 2026. Under a scenario of partial funding, we're going to have to go back and see how that affects our timeline.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, follow up.
Thank you. And it leads me to my next question. When you say full funding, and what we have in front of us today and what we're moving towards is 50% funding on the pre-construction recommendation. You say full funding. What's your vision for full funding? What are you looking at there?
Well, I don't have the paperwork in front of me, but from memory, it was for $1,029,000 was the full funding for all parts of at 50% of the $2 million ask. And that would be the full funding. If I understand the recommendation that was mentioned by Director Mead, there would be first tranche, and then we would come back perhaps in a year. Is that how it would work? Of course, that would potentially delay implementation, the design, bidding, and building of the system. But if I have this wrong, please correct me.
Madam Chair, can I ask Director Mead? So we're talking about 50% of the pre-construction and 50% of the general fund grant as well. Is that what I'm looking at there?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I should point out there's a mistake in the recommendation. It says general fund grant. It should say WWDC grant. Both on that construction recommendation and the funding for total project. So strike out where it says general fund in those superscripts 3 and 4. But anyway, when we went through the application, applied some inflation to that, as well as what we thought were appropriate dollar amounts for acquiring easements in this area, which are very high dollar value properties. We came up with a recommendation. If you wanted to fund the entire project, pre-construction and construction, 50% of that would come to the $1,248,500.
Okay. Madam Chair, one more follow-up. I promise I'll keep it short.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Doctor, back to you. It is an aggressive time schedule, and one of the big trip ups that we always hear in Select Water is about, well, we had it all lined up, but we couldn't get those easements. And the good director talked about the cost of easements in Teton County, and I've done it before. He's absolutely right. How are you going to address that in that aggressive time frame?
Thank you for the question. I believe that we have the easement issue solved or resolved. And of course, it's going to come down to a case-by-case basis, but let me note a couple things. First, the infiltration gallery would be placed on Teton County land near the confluence of the Snake and the Hoback River, or actually at the confluence. Teton County has already, the commissioners have already stated a commitment to providing the land for that infiltration gallery. Second, as I've noted, the vote for the creation of the district was unanimous. There were none of the residents of Teton County, Southern Teton County within the district were opposed to the formation of the district. And so I think it's reasonable to assume that there's a sense of the urgency of this problem and a commitment on the part of all the residents to address it as soon as and as fast as possible.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Doctor. I think Chairman Steinmetz had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a question, because we're dealing with 60 taps here, right? in this project?
Yes, right now, that's correct.
Correct. So I saw it was only a $4,000 tap fee. Have you considered the possibility of that increasing if you need more money, or how have you looked at that situation?
Again, a good question. It's important for the residents of the district to have skin in the game. We all recognize that. On the other hand, as I mentioned to commissioners and in response to Commissioner Kaylee's question, this is just the first phase of a two-phase process. And so trying to set equitable rates for the residents, while also having skin in the game, we did an analysis of water and sewer rates, water and sewer rates across Teton County. For instance, the town of Jackson supplies water and sewer for $45 a month, okay? So we came up, we looked at other subdivisions, Rafter J, et cetera, in the area. Everyone came in at under $100 a month for water, sometimes a third of that. Southern Teton County is close to Lincoln County and Sublette County. It's an area of modest homes. This is not a millionaire area, okay? And we created a target rate, or set a target rate of $100 a month and a $4,000 connection fee, with the idea that when we turn to sewer, it's going to basically double the cost. And then we would be looking, well, if we compare it to the town of Jackson, we would be looking at some 4 or 5 times the rate that residents of the town of Jackson pay. We are concerned, if we get this last piece of funding, we will have a meeting in the Hoback Junction area at the firehouse. And we will explain all this to our residents. If I understand correctly, we have the power, the board has the power to move forward with bids on our own authority, but we are not going to do so without the explicit support of the members of the community, okay? And we need to explain to them that this $100 target is and $4,000 tap fee is likely both of these are likely to grow, and that we are coming back probably in a 3 to 5 year time period, trying to address the larger environmental problems and get wastewater problem fixed as well. And so after conversations with Public Works and the commissioners and Teton County Conservation District staff, we thought these numbers were a good, middle spot to hit. But to emphasize the point, these numbers are going to shift. And I, for one, suspect that this $100 per month water bill is likely to grow because of the exigencies that we will be facing.
Madam Chair, if I could maybe ask a question. I wasn't intimately involved in the homebrew study, but I can appreciate the aggressive schedule. I'm assuming that there would need to be federal permits for the infiltration gallery in the Snake River. And then I believe the tank is located on Forest Service property.
Actually, the tank, it will be located, we have an easement agreement with Representative Andrew Byron, who owns land at elevation and will allow us to put the tanks on his land where he grazes cows. As for the Snake River, question of the federal authority along the side of the Snake River, Ty Ross, our engineer, are you online?
Mr. Ross?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ty Ross. with
Ty,
Nelson
might you
Engineering.
be able to answer that last question?
Yes, there will be some 404 permitting involved, as well as potentially some flood studies to confirm that the Teton County site is preferable. We have another location that could be used that's owned by another landowner who has also expressed interest in aiding the district as best he can. So, but between those studies and that 404 permitting, that definitely the fall of 2026 is very aggressive. always expressed that we thought this would probably be at least a 2-year construction endeavor, which would put us into 2027.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ross. Representative Yin has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I think it's good to let the commission know and Select Water know that this is one of the few places that even still has mobile homes in the area. So it is one of the places that is still very working class in Teton County. The one thing I wanted to ask about was the affordable home development. So we have the letter from the Community Housing Trust that they're going to build 25 new homes and they want to be annexed. If there is a delay in the creation of the water system, will that prevent the housing development from joining the water system, and would they have to then build a well and then maybe get connected later? What would a delay, how would a delay affect that housing development? Do you know?
Thank you for the question, Senator Leon. That's a good question, or Representative Leon. I've been in ongoing conversations with Ann Cresswell of the Housing Trust. The only real answer to that is we're unsure. They are concerned that delays in the construction of the system could affect the timeline within the construction of these 25 affordable housing units or workforce housing units. But there's so many uncertainties, it's unclear which will have to move forward first.
Speaker Summers.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Excuse me. Just one question on your $3 million that you have from the county. Is there any danger of that money being lost? Because it seemed pretty clear from your engineer that you're not going to be able to get this going in 1 year. It's going to take more than that. Sorry, is that any of that $3 million in danger? What's the timelines on the 3 million? And you probably said that, and I didn't hear it.
Heather.
Speaker Summers, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The $3 million is committed. It is not going anywhere. As Dr. Frodeman said, it is from the specific purpose excise tax, $10 million, which was approved by voters of Teton County in 2022 specifically for water quality projects. And the Board of County Commissioners did allocate these funds for this purpose, and it will not go away.
Great, thank you. So Director Mead, I have a question for Director Mead. So basically what you're saying is we have recommended funding of $274,450, and that's just for the storage tank, because you said some of the gallons you said were inappropriate because it was for fire. Isn't that correct? And then, but they requested 1,029,000, and you're just recommending pre-construction versus the construction part, which you're saying let's look at later. If you could just clarify.
Madam Chair, that's correct for the most part. They requested funding for design and construction. All that's considered, the dollar amounts that are in here already consider what we feel like is eligible of the portion of the storage tank for drinking water rather than fire flow. So we're just recommending, like we talked about yesterday, to just fund pre-construction. So that's design, easement acquisition, getting all the documents ready, all the way up to ready to bid. So we're not holding up construction funding while they work through these easements and permits, and then they can come back when they're ready and ask for the actual construction dollars of $974,000.
I just wanted to be clear, make sure we were all on the same page as we kind of proceed forward. So thank you, Director. I appreciate that. And I will get back to you. I just want to also thank Dr. Furman for your work in getting the district formed. Good job. I mean, congratulations if it wasn't being able to be done before. So good job on working on that. And was it you, Speaker Summers?
Madam Chairman, thank you. And Director Mead, maybe it's to you, but obviously there's a lot of that clean water, that clean water money that's federal money that's a loan, right? And so I'm just curious, did the district look at any of that? Because that's what that's for, is to do projects for clean water. Am I not accurate on that?
Madam Chair, I
The
think,
revolving, clean water revolving.
yeah, considering, I guess, the issues with nitrates and septic systems, there could be clean water SRF available maybe for more of the of that portion of it. Of course, drinking water SRF could be available for the drinking water part of it. And I don't know if they would be eligible for principal forgiveness or if that would be all loan. I don't know that answer.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Craig?
of the approximately 60 taps that you are going to serve when the system is first built, is there a estimate or any of those seasonal use? And if so, what's the percentage?
There may be one or two seasonal uses that I don't know of, but I've knocked on every one of the doors and I don't believe there's any seasonal use there at all. There are rentals in the area, absentee owners who live out of state who are renting to folks. You'll in some cases be 4 or 5 folks who work at restaurants in town or living in a home. But I don't think there's any seasonal use. Do you know of any? No.
Thank you for that. I just a little bit of knowledge of the area and it would concern me if we were spending significant dollars on summer homes, but that helps clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah, this is an area of electricians and painters, folks who work in the juvenile delinquent office in Teton County. There's no $1 million house. Well, maybe there, in terms of real estate, if you sold it and moved to someplace else, but these are just folks.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Choma, and then I'll go to Commissioner Glick.
I do have one a multiple pointed question. One is, what is EPA's MCL level? And how many of these 60 unit members are exceeding that level?
Well, it's 10 milligrams per liter is the EPA limit. This is a multi-causal situation. I live on JW Drive. We have 16 homes there, and we have 2 wells. And in 2016, we hit 10 milligrams per liter. And this necessitated us to reconstruct our own little water system for these 16 homes at a cost of $140,000. That dropped our the numbers down to 4.5 and 5, but these numbers have been creeping back up, and now in depending on the time of year, they're back up to 8 milligrams per liter. And now we're concerned that if we don't get this done soon, if you go over 10, you get big orange stickers, EPA stickers stuck on your house and saying, don't drink the water. There's also, and some of the commercial establishments just across the road, they have hit as high as 40 and 45 milligrams per liter. That is some 4 or 5 times the EPA limit. Okay.
Commissioner Glick?
I know there's several communities all the way from like Holback all the way to Jackson. Is there, and years ago they were talking about regionalization. How is that moving along, or is there any movement on that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and I'll turn this over to Heather in a second. But basically, when we had the discussions with Teton County officials and also with our representatives, state representatives in 2022 and 2023, the question of dealing with these issues locally versus a regional solution came up for both clean water and for wastewater. And it was part of it was the complexity of dealing with this question where we might want to localize one part of this, let's say the clean water, and regionalize or partially regionalize the wastewater, which caused us to say, let's focus on the urgent public health issue first and see if we can get this done. Secondly, there are, as Representative Yun mentioned. There are trailer homes in the area. Evans Trailer Court is just across from Horse Creek, where the Housing Trust hopes to build their 25 units. We are also reaching out, the district is reaching out to them to see if we can, whether an annexation process is appropriate for them, or whether they might want to look further north in the Munger Mountain area where there's also water available. Heather, do you have anything to add?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Glick, I would just add that as part of the Water Quality Management Plan, Teton County is working with districts countywide to look at what is the most effective and cost-effective and efficient way to deliver clean water, drinking water, as well as provide either district-wide septic or sewer connections. And so there are between Hoback, to your question, specifically between Hoback and Jackson, there are many residential communities, some commercial, some industrial, and many of those are already established districts. And so as part of our efforts through Public Works, we are already working with those districts to explore what the best options are for the community, because all of these districts have evolved over time, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's the most cost-effective way to do things. And so we're very keen to that and exploring different options with those districts if they're interested, including the Hoback district, and working with them very closely.
Okay, thank you. I think I think we've got a lot of questions on this, so we contemplate it, but I think we'll go ahead and thank Dr. Froderman. Thank you, Heather, also for appearing here with us today. And we'll go ahead and move on to the next item in the notebook unless anyone has something they.
I have one quick follow-up.
No, Larry.
Chair.
Okay, Larry.
What are your rates today and what's your anticipation time to increase them, I guess?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
What are your water rates today? And if you have an anticipated time to increase them, what would that be?
The water rates now, since a lot of people are on individual wells, the water rates can be negligible, just the cost of electricity. Of course, this gets down to complicated personal calculus. For instance, my neighbor, before the water deliveries from the Community Foundation and POW JH started, he drove up to his daughter's residence up along Fish Creek with 2 5-gallon tanks, jugs, and would fill them up every 2 weeks. And so, it's how sustainable that is, or how sustainable a well is. What happens if the well just goes south on them? I have pictures I could send you all of people who show me glasses of water that you cannot look through because they're so dark, because on a given day in the winter, what comes out of the tap is unpalatable and undrinkable. And so it's really gets down, given that you probably know the Hoback Junction area, and it's the people who live right down on the road, or one situation, or if they're up on the old Yellowstone Road, it's another situation. So it's really quite varied. Some people spend, I hesitate to say, a significant amount of money, probably, I don't know how much more than $100 a month would be. And other people, this is a water system would be something like an insurance policy. If their well goes kaput and they got to spend $50,000 on drilling a new individual well, they're going to be really up the creek.
So you do not operate a public water system under your, you don't operate a public water system, is that correct?
No.
In other words, you don't have lines, you don't have transmission lines, and you don't have service lines.
Well, there is one exception to that. The JW subdivision has 2 wells and operates a water system. The cost, let me recall the costs here because they have changed over time. When we had to spend $140,000 in 2017, our water rates went up by 500% or something. And I think probably, given the fact that we've been paying off that $140,000 loan, those 16 households probably are looking at more than $100 a month or $100 a month. That's, once we get that paid off, the number is going to go down again, I would assume. If the nitrate levels continue to grow and we don't solve the problem through a municipal water system, the numbers are going to jump again.
So you're, in other words, you're not metered either, correct?
I'm sorry?
You're not metered, you don't have water
No,
meters?
they're not.
So
No.
they can use whatever they want, whenever they want to?
On these 16 homes, yes.
Yeah, on the 16. Huh. So we have no monthly set water bill, is that correct? We don't
Well,
have
it's
that.
folded into the HOA bills. We have a small HOA, and to give you some numbers, when I bought our place on JW Drive in 2013, the HOA rates were $900 a year. Last year, they were $3,300 a year.
Oh, okay, well, that's what I wanted to know, but that's a homeowners, complete homeowners association.
Yes,
So you
sir.
got to divide that by the number of homes that are in the subdivision, correct?
Well, it
That's not
was
per resident.
that was per resident.
Oh, it was, okay. All right,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Thank you both for coming. We appreciate it. And Director will go through the next project with you and then take a break.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next project is the Sheridan Area Water System Joint Powers Board Upper Road Transmission Main. This is on page 27. This is a new transmission main that serves, or that would serve, roughly 70% of the SAWS customers, as well as address growth and needed capacity in that particular area. This is somewhat related to the airport transmission main project that we talked about last year, where the city of Sheridan rescinded their funding on that particular project, just because they felt like they had plenty of life left in the pipeline that would replace. So this is a slightly downsized pipeline. And we're looking at a total cost of roughly 4.4 million. They have all their easements in place and a fairly simple design moving forward, because they had done quite a bit of design work on the previous pipeline idea. So with that, if the sponsors could introduce themselves and provide anything I didn't.
Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for.
I'm not sure if your mic is on.
Oh,
There you
okay.
go. With the green light.
Thank you, and thank the staff for their assistance. Madam Chair, Commission. I always have trouble with this because I'm soft-spoken, so I tend to swallow it. I'm sorry.
Will you just introduce all three of your names for us?
Yes, I will. On my left here is Dan Roberts. He's the Director of the City of Sheridan's Utilities. And on my right is Jeff Roseland. He's our engineer with Dowell on this project. So the upper road is on the west side of the Little Goose Valley. If you're familiar with Sheridan, you've got the Big Goose Valley and the Little Goose Valley going out this way. Our main transmission main is down Coffeen, which is down the center, essentially, of that valley. So this is up on the west slope of that valley. And it was part of the original ideas to put a main down there. And it has been part of, it has been identified in every one of our master plans as a main that needs to be put in to optimize and complete the system. So that's why SAWS is interested in that. And I might just take a point here to make sure everybody understands what SAWS is, because it's kind of complicated up there. The city of Sheridan and the Sheridan County formed a joint powers board for the purpose of providing water, not only to the city of Sheridan, but providing water to the rural areas who were on wells, and to improve economic development. And that has been successful up to this point. But once you get away from the joint powers level and you get down to the operation and ownership level, SAWS, the Sheridan Area Water Supply Joint Powers Board, owns part of the system, and the city of Sheridan owns part of the system, and we jointly own some parts of the system. The system is built entirely as though it were one system. There are no master meters. There's just a division of ownership, and the city operates the entire thing and is the public water system with EPA. So SWAS has responsibility for it's essentially that portion of the system which lies outside of the city corporation limits. This is one of those projects for SAWS, which it will be solely a SAWS project and owned by SAWS. The city will not own that. So we will pay for everything. So this is a SAWS project. We are going to be utilizing, as it turns out, when they originally conceived the upper road line, it was to the west of the runways. And when they had the conception of where they were going to do the airport water line, which is a city water line, that was going to be to the east of the airport, where now it exists. But as it turns out, when you get down to actually designing things, the best route for both of those lines is between the airport facility, the building facilities, and the runway. And so it turns out that the best place for that airport, first one of the legs of the airport line, and this one are exactly the same place. It's the best place to put it. It's most economic place to put it. So we benefited from the fact that there was already some design done. So our project is to do the first leg, what we call the first leg or phase one of the upper road water line, which will extend all the way down upper road where there is no main now, to Metz Road in the area of Bighorn, the town of Bighorn. So we're hoping that we will be successful and we can answer any questions you want. And Dan Roberts is here if he wants to say a few words about the support of the city on this project.
Welcome, Dan.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners and Select Water. Again, Dan Roberts, Utilities Director for the City of Sheridan, and I'm here on behalf of the city to show our support for this project. As Dan mentioned, we are the operator of the system, but it is one system, one master plan system, and we do acknowledge and agree that this project that's being proposed is a priority project for the water system as a whole, and so we want to express our support for it. And I'll be happy to answer any operational questions that you might have regarding the water system.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for anyone here? Representative Yin.
Madam Chair.
After Representative Yin, then Commissioner Stuker.
Madam Chair, thank you. Some members of the request, can you help me remember what happened around the Northeast Transmission Line program? Was it a disagreement between two bodies that ended up pushing against it? And so that's changed now with the smaller request now? Okay, sorry, maybe just a recap from last year to help me get the context for the request this year.
Madam Chair, just real quick, Senator.
Or you work for Director.
So this is not the Northeast Transmission Line that was controversial last year. This is a separate project, just to be clear on that.
Thank you, Director Mead. Commissioner Stuker.
Yeah, I have a question about two things, I guess. Would there be a public benefit in this particular line? In other words, is there taps off of it, or is it strictly transmission to allow water to flow from one area to the other? So I guess.
I'm going to let Jeff answer that question.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, it's mainly transmission.
to allow water from Big Goose to Little Goose Valley.
So there's no taps on it, so there's
That's
no
correct.
really no public benefit other than the town's benefit of allowing water to flow. So is there a stagnation problem? or-
This provides capacity for future growth in the Little Goose Valley. So there are plenty of taps that benefit from this line.
Or that can be benefited, is that
Yeah.
correct? Thank you.
Great. Director, I know the requested funding was 2.4 million and recommended funding is 2.2, change for funding, but I didn't really see in the recommendations, I didn't see where that discrepancy came up. I just wanted you to explain it to me, what we dropped out of their requested funding. Or Bill?
Chairman, Commission, Bill Brewer, Deputy Director, Construction. The original request had the same size piping as the replacement transmission line. The project manager went back and said, if this is for the SAWS district, not a replacement line that it was originally, wouldn't the pipe size go down? And working with the engineers, they determined that yes, that pricing should be go down. Also, because a lot of this design was already completed, we reduced the engineering budget down to what is needed to modify this project versus fully designed it out. We also pulled out any costs for easements and title opinion because they've already received all those. So this originally had some money in there for like title opinion stuff. We stripped that back out again because I believe you received your easement like 2 weeks ago. So they have all their easements, everything's done. So we did tweak this project a little bit, but it was between the project manager and the district and engineer to do that.
Great. That perfectly explains it to me. I appreciate it. I just wanted to know where the difference was. So thanks for explaining that. Any other questions? Senator Cole?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This might be a question for Director Mead. When we have a situation like this where it's a flow issue and it's not going to taps, I have a broader question is how do you differentiate this situation with fire flow? I mean, if I could argue that you need more flow for fire flow, I mean, it's part of a flow situation. So how does the department segregate fire flow requirements if you have a low flow situation and this is to increase the capacity in a line? Or do you do any calculations or do you just disregard that when it comes to, fire flow and just how that relates to dealing with an increased flow in a transmission line? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jace.
Madam Chairman,
Yeah.
I'll address that. This is, and I guess saying there's no taps off this line. We build transmission lines. That's what we do. Generally, a few of our transmission lines, because we're rural Wyoming, have some taps off them because it makes sense not to run distribution back. But in general, we don't build distribution systems. We build transmission systems. So this is in line with our normal program. The reason for adding this transmission line in is they have low pressures on existing taps is the primary purpose. Yes, we will have some future growth out there and we're accommodating that general size. But the purpose is we're not getting water to people at the moment. So this pipe will bring more water to that area to meet municipal needs. And generally in pipelines, fire flow is considered. When I first started here, we did not do fire flow at all, even in the pipelines. If the pipeline needed to be 6 inches forward or for municipal use and 8 inches to allow that extra fire flow, we paid for 6 and the sponsor paid the difference in cost to get it to 8. Under Director Labani, we stopped doing that. So we do, if it's like one pipe size up, we do consider fire flow in that pipeline. Just to differentiate, the previous project for Bighorn, 80% of that pipeline is being funded. It was only the portion of pipeline that went from the main system up to the airport that we're not funding.
The rest of that transmission line was funded with fire flow allowance within that pipeline.
Great, thank you. And okay, Senator Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. How big is this pipeline and what's the length that you're putting in? It looks like it's alongside of the airport runway.
Let's see. Yeah, Senator Larson, it's 20-inch pipeline. And the, how many thousand feet? I want to say 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 feet. Can't remember. It's changed a bit. Oh,
We shortened it.
we shortened it some.
We shortened it from the original.
Any further questions? Okay, if not, then we will thank you all for coming. We appreciate it. Appreciate your time and help. And take a break. It is, yes, Director?
Would you like to vote on that first block of projects before you take a break?
That sounds like a grand idea. So let's do that first. So these projects, we have 5 of them. We have the Bighorn, 2 cloud seeding, the Hoback Junction and the saws. The recommended funding would be what we would be doing as a block funding unless people wanted to pull it out and discuss doing something different other than the recommended funding. So we'll start with, does anyone want to pull out any of these to do different than the recommended funding by the office? Okay. Seeing that.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I'm just to give it a little extra examination, I just pull out that Hoback Junction Public Water Project.
Okay, so we will pull out number 4, the Hoback Junction Public Water System. And basically that's where we had the 274,450 for pre-construction. And then having them come back to request the additional $1 million, which would to go on to construction, which is what we want to talk about. So we'll pull that out. So on the other 4, the Bighorn, the 2 cloud seeding and the saws, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hosey.
I would like to move that we approve the Bighorn Regional, the cloud seeding, 1 and 2, and the saws transmission lines as discussed,
The recommended funding amounts for those?
based upon the recommended funding amounts.
Okay, that's great. Second, so moved by Commissioner Hosey, second by Commissioner Kelly. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, those motions have passed. Now we'll go to the Hoback Junction Public Water System, and Commissioner Cott, we'll let you go ahead and begin since you pulled it off.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to thank the hard work that the department has put into this, and I'd like to thank the Hoback Junction folks for coming forward to present their case. You know, number 1 in my mind is public health and safety. I mean, we got folks here, you know, drinking bottled water. I mean, because of the contamination of the aquifer. I think that's pretty important to consider here. There's a sense of urgency about this. The second thing is, this is just not 60 isolated folks. This was part of a county-wide, a community-wide water development effort. It's obvious that Teton County has done extensive water planning. They have a water plan, which is maybe unusual for a county, and a coordinated water plan. And I think this speaks to our mission as water development. 1, public health and safety, and 2, this area is looking at, even though it's 60 neighbors today, they've made contact with others in the surrounding area on how they could potentially join into this system once created. It's kind of like a seed for the future, and I guess I recommend I'm gonna make a motion to fund this one as totally as the 1.2 and change. I don't have that number in front of me. Thank you.
So thank you, Commissioner Cott. So the amount of the requested funding was 1,029,985, and so 1,029,985. I also am in favor, of course, having water safety. My concern is that I think the engineer said that they wouldn't be able to get everything done until a few years anyway, because they do have to get some 404 permitting done, is what I wrote down. So I think we still are going to fund this project, because obviously I think that's what, and I'm going to just ask Director Mead to clarify that. The recommendation is right now do pre-construction, but then to have them come back to get the funding for the project that would still be in line with 404 permits. Is that correct, Director Mead?
Madam Chair, that is correct. And just a quick clarification, if you decide to fund pre-construction and construction, the recommended funding that we are recommending is 1,248,500.
Right, the two amounts, pre-construction and construction. Okay, Commissioner Hosey?
I'm still, I guess I would like to ask, can we talk a little bit more about the cost increase from the 1,029,000 to the 1,248,000?
Yes, I'll address some of that. Some of that is when we go through and look at things, the project manager is tasked to see whether that request is reasonable, high, low. In this case, some of it was related to the tank. Originally, my understanding is the sponsor was thinking the tank was completely going to be paid by a different fund. We felt that a portion of that tank is municipal use, should be part of our program. So we considered that. We also, based on recent bids and stuff, had tweaked a couple prices, mainly just rounding and stuff. We also bumped the amount of money for acquisition of right away. We basically pay actual assessed values. So we're usually trying to pull people back, but actual assessed values on some of that land up there are going to be pretty pricey. So we had put in, and we're not going to spend it if we don't need it. So that's one thing. We just want to make sure we had enough money in there for easement acquisition, looking at property that has, more than my house's value per acre. And then the last thing is we always add inflation that was not on their original price. So, in this case, we had 3 years of inflation put in there, for the future funding, because we were estimating it was going to be a couple, 3 years out before we bid this project. So hopefully if they can turn this project as quickly as they can, we would not need those inflation numbers we put in there. So, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Hosey? Okay, Commissioner Snooker?
Just one question. Is HOPAC a legal entity?
Madam Chair, they're in a water and sewer district.
Thank you.
However, they just formed, so that kind of goes back to your question about their current rates. There is no water system right now, so there technically is no rates right now. Their future rates the project manager came up with was somewhere around 112 a month for their future rates when they actually have a system to charge.
Thank you, because that created some confusion in my mind. Couldn't figure out how all that worked unless they were pretty new, I guess. Thank you.
Any further questions? I have a question, but I'll wait to see. Anyone else? Director Mead, if we give them both the construction and pre-construction costs, do you think it's feasible to get this done sooner, or are we still just going to be funding it with waiting for the 404 permits? I just look you to see what you recommended. Do you think is there a benefit to doing both right now, or are we better? I know the office recommended just doing the pre-construction and waiting. And I felt like the engineer was saying, yes, it's still going to take us an additional year no matter what. So I'm just trying to get an assessment from you.
Madam Chair, I'd stick with our recommendation. I think, yes, they've had verbal conversations with landowners that say they're gonna, give them easements. We've heard that before. Then the landowners sell the property, the 404 permit. I thought I heard they were going to be having discussions about water rates at some point, and that provides me a little concern that they haven't had more conversations with the potential people that are going to be benefiting from this project. So that could lead to design changes and what have you. So I would stick with our original recommendation.
Thank you, Director. I just wanted to ask any further comments from any of the commissioners? All right, so there's two choices. Right now, the proposed motion is from Commissioner Cott to fund, I guess, both the pre-construction and the construction costs. And that's the total of the two sums that are in the November e-notebook. And so I erroneously gave a different amount, but it adds up to 1,000,000.
Yeah.
248, is that right?
Yeah, 1,248,500.
So that's the motion on the table. Do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Kaylee seconded it. Any discussion? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just comment that I will be a no vote on this. I am going to go ahead with the director's recommendation because I don't think we're going to get further forward if we don't have all the easements and things like that. I think we're kind of moving in that direction to say, let's wait until we get those things in place. And that's where I feel as a commission we're moving. So I'm just letting you know that's my vote. But now that we have a first and a second, I'll go ahead. Commissioner Cott.
I just want to make a statement. You know, my primary concern here is public health and safety. I think that's really why I'm, going against the office's recommendation here. We have human need here. Thank you.
Great. Anybody want to make a comment? And I agree with you, Commissioner Cott. Health and safety is important. All right, so we'll go ahead and take all those in favor say aye. Could I have a hand raised? Because I think it's kind of hard to know. Were you and I, Commissioner Super? So Commissioner Kaylee and Commissioner Lawson and Commissioner Cott. All opposed, same sign by hand. So, okay, so that motion has failed. So I would ask for a different motion.
Madam Chair. I'd make a motion to approve the funding as recommended by the Office for the Hoback Junction Public Water System in the amount of, and I don't have it right in front of me, it's
274,450.
234,450.
274.
I do have it in front of me, 274,450.
Okay, that's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hosey, first by Craig. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, so 2 noes. All right. Thank you, commissioners. We know that it's an issue, so we appreciate your thought and deliberation. And Commissioner Cott, thank you also for bringing it up. Okay, so Director Mead will take a break. It is 10 to 11, so 10-minute break. Be back at 11. Is that okay, Director Mead?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. go ahead and call us back into order. I know that we kind of went for a long time today. Our thoughts are that we will order in, Chairman Simon said I have agreed that we'll order in pizza just to make it quicker because it's just, we've had a long start already. So that's our plan. Of course, people are welcome to go wherever they need to go, right? But it might get here a little later, 12:30 or something, but we'll just continue forth on the next set. Again, we are on now the level 3 project amendments, and in the recommendation notebook, page down. We're on, okay, let's start. Director Mead, we're going to start with Broken Wheel Ranch Water Supply, and I do think that we have a virtual attendee, perhaps Peggy Gwynn is here, according to my notes. So we'll start with the director and he can explain it, and then we can ask for some comments from Ms. Gwynn.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we're on page 35 of the recommendations e-notebook. This is the Broken Wheel Ranch. So these are all going to be account 1 amendments to existing projects. The original project was for a well transmission pipeline, additional storage tank, and a booster pump station. They took a little bit of time finding the well site, so that delayed them. We've had several other amendments, time extension amendments on this project. And they then got higher than expected bids on the tank and booster station. So they're asking for an additional $300,000 to finish up the project. They had already gone out and gotten additional funds. So originally this project was a 67% grant, 33% sponsor. And so if we add the additional 300,000, we're roughly, you can see the numbers there, 49.4. So roughly 50-50 if we add this. And Bill, I don't know if you want to add anything or not.
Okay, Mr. Brewer, no?
If not, we can hand it over to the sponsor.
Greetings.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, Select Water. I'm Jason Linford with Sunrise Engineering. Peggy Gwynn is the chairman of the district, and I believe she is online, and she said she'd answer any hard questions and leave me for the easy questions. So
Good plan. Okay. So Peggy, are you with us? Can you hear us? Peggy, can you say hello so we know you're here with us?
looks like I may be stuck with the hard questions as well.
Yes. Are you, is Ms. Gwynn muted is what you're saying? Is she? Okay, Ms. Gwynn, can you unmute and just say hello so we know you're there and can speak if needed? Okay, well, if we can't, we'll go ahead and have Jason have to answer all the hard ones. Any questions on this proposed? It's a time extension and additional $300,000, which changes it to basically close to 50-50. We used to do 67%. We're moving down to a lower percentage now. So that sort of fits within the new model. Any questions, commissioners? Select Water? Jason, still easy for you today. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next project is the Gillette Regional Extensions 2017. As we've discussed, this project has had, easement issues over time. It's to connect quite a few number of other communities to the regional water project. I think the project's under construction now. So they are just fearful that they won't be able to get everything wrapped up and closed out by the July 21st, 2025. So they're asking for a 1-year extension. And ask if you have anything to add to that. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. Joe Shane, City Engineer with the City of Gillette. What the director stated is correct, and we are under construction on this project. We are just asking for the extra time to make sure, I say to close out the grant. So that we feel the project is supposed to be completed before May 1st of 25. We just feel with retainage, acceptance, and then all the closeout documentation needed, we just wanted to make sure we had enough time to close out the grant portion of it and we didn't think we may or may not have enough time, weather dependent, of course, through the spring.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Shane. Any questions from the commission? Select water? All right, it's your lucky day, Mr. Shane. Thanks for coming up here all the way.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you might as well just stay here for a couple more here.
Right, because we have the
So
next
they've-
one is
yeah.
the Gillette Regional Extension Plan Phase 4, 2018. So Mr. Shane, I guess you're on the hook for
Yeah.
that too?
Same situation, different community or districts that are going to be provided. So under
Yep.
construction, just need a little more time.
Exactly correct. This one is actually under construction currently right now. They're beating the weather as much as they can, and it's anticipated to be completed before May 1st of next year as well. Therefore, we're on track. We're looking good. We just need that extra time again to complete that closeout documentation.
Great, thank you, Mr. Shane. And I guess it'll be you for our next one as well, correct?
Got me 3 times. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
From the 2020?
Oh.
Oh, hello,
Madam
it's Senator Grew. Oh, they have you small again. Okay, there you go, Senator Grew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just for the last one and for this one as well, and the next one, if it's applicable, but how many, have there been other extensions asked for? How long has this project been overall? It's just standard question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Shane or Bill. I think there was an extensions already.
Yes, several of these projects have gone on. The last one, was 2017 appropriation. The one we're currently looking at is 2018 appropriation, and the last one on this list is a 2020 appropriation. This all stems from the original, Madison pipeline program, which started in 2011, which is also in construction and finishing up. So yes, we've been talking about this major increase to the Gillette area for many years, since before my time. All but one of these projects is currently in construction. So hopefully we don't have to talk about these too many more times.
Great, does that answer your question, Senator Grew?
Yes, but just one follow-up before, and that's great, and thank you, and I'm glad we're getting these to the end. But what would be helpful for me is before our water meeting, our final markup on the budget meeting, if we can just get a cost breakdown of where this was in the beginning when it was first approved and where it is as we finish up, as far as during that time frame, how much the cost increased over that period. And you don't have to answer it today. It's no big deal. I just want to take a look at it. Thanks.
Great. So that should not be a problem.
Okay. Right. All 3 of these specific ones, have not asked for any additional funding. The cost may have gone up, but they have not asked for any additional funding through the water development.
Great, thank you for that answer.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right, great. So the next project on ours is the Green River Rock Springs, Sweetwater County Joint Powers Water Board. I know,
Madam Chair,
oh, sorry.
can we
Commissioner-
just do those first ones as a block since they're all time extensions?
We have actually, we can, I think, probably should just pull them off after we get done with all of them, and then if we could, is that all right? Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on this. And
I was just saying, because I think some of the other ones are additional funding, right?
well, the first one, Broken Wheel Ranch, was additional funding and time.
It's okay. I just thought maybe we could move things along a little faster that way.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we'll just go ahead and pick them up as a block at the end, and we'll be quick with it. So let's go ahead to the Green River, Mr. Seppi.
So Madam Chair, this is Green River, Rock Springs, Sweetwater County Joint Powers Water Board. This is a pump station and transmission line from 2019. The original project budget was a little over $11 million. They've had troubles obtaining easements and changing pipeline alignments, and the new cost is an additional almost $9 million. So they're asking for additional funding and additional time. I believe their time extension currently goes through July 1st of 2026, and they still don't have all their easements. So we are recommending do not fund and to keep them moving on the time extension, to do not extend the time any further either, because they still have basically 2 years to complete getting all those easements in place. So I'd pass it on to Brian.
Okay, thank you, Director. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners, Select Water Committee. My name's Brian Seppi. I'm the General Manager for the Joint Powers Water Board. Online, I've got Paul Kalsich. He's the Public Service Director for the City of
Welcome,
Rock
Paul.
Springs. So first of all, I want to thank the Commission for their support on this project. It's been a long project. We've got our initial funding, and of course, we had alignment issues, which you've heard a lot about. Ours in particular, we did have the primary route essentially in its final stages, and we were unable to obtain the parcel for the pump station. So that's the most important part. This is a transmission line on the suction side of a pump house, and then a discharge that feeds essentially 60% of our town. Everything north of the interstate is fed by this Wind River zone. So not only the tanks there, but also 3 subsequent tanks north of the interstate. So it's a very important project to the City of Rock Springs, because this is where all the growth is going to occur. The city has capacity in its other utilities within this zone. They have sewer capacity, streets, and most recently, private land that was once locked up is now being sold and parceled out, and homes are being built there. I'm speaking around Stagecoach and Foothill, for those of you who are familiar with the area. So all of the growth that is anticipated with some of the recent announcements of trona mine expansions and things in the area, we're expecting quite a bit of growth. And this is where the city has its capacity. So in our initial master plan, this transmission line and pump station was one of the high priorities, and it affords us the ability to extend the life of the tank that we're feeding. So in essence, it kind of buys us a little more time before we have to add more volume to that tank, in addition to how important it is to the delivery of water north of the interstate. So I came here today to, express our gratitude for the project, but also illustrate how important it is to us. So as we look forward, we've now obtained all the private easements, which, believe me, it is a hurdle. We've obtained a private parcel for the pump station. It's the BLM license that we're short. And so we've been in contact with the staff members there throughout the progress. And we've obtained all of the paleontological and archaeological, all of the studies that might throw in a monkey wrench into the process. Those have all been completed, submitted, and in visiting with the licensing folks at BLM, they indicate that we're in the their NEPA process, which, has some compartmentalized timelines to it. And they're telling us that's going to be about 2 months to get through that. And then a month of processing after that. So, and that was in October. So we're looking, to be, give them a little leeway. Sometime in early February, we should have that final license. So we didn't quite make the finish line here. I visited with Mr. Brewer. I certainly understand and appreciate the process and how the new projects are being funded through construction and permitting. Arguably, you've got a funding amount that was tied up since 2019, and we haven't been able to utilize it. So I do understand that, but I can't promise you that BLM license because it hasn't been promised to me. All I can tell you is we feel pretty confident in receiving it. And if we wait, you'll see my face again, next year. That's probably not the most painful part, right? I hope. The painful part may be the costs will continue to go up, right? Also, this project is pretty substantial in its length and complexity. Part of the reason the costs have gone up so much is the complexity. It's a pump station, all the electrical gear, pumps and all that those types of materials have really gone up. And you don't need to hear more about that. So in essence, I wanted to take the time to update you, illustrate how important it is to us, see if there's any flexibility, because we really need to get moving on this to try to prepare ourselves for serving the area into the future. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll take any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you, Brian, for that explanation. I have one quick question, and I'll see if anyone else has questions. So it is the final easement that you need, is the one from the BLM, right? That's it.
Madam Chair, that's correct. Normally you apply for the BLM or railroad right away. You hit them right away in the project timeline, and we did that. The original application was in 2020. Of course, we had to move our alignment significantly, and it probably doubled or even more the amount of BLM that we had to obtain. And so that amendment went in April of 23. So we did it as soon as we moved the alignment, but the process certainly has taken a long time. The only bright spot is that when we did those two studies, they didn't find anything major because the route follows some other pipelines and things like that. So the reports are in. They didn't show any red flags that mean that the BLM shouldn't grant it. And now that it's in the NEPA process, we feel a little better about it too. But yes, to answer your question directly, that's the missing piece.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Any questions? Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Seppi. Just and explain the easement side of this one more time. What's missing there?
So the transmission line, it's 15 or 16,000 feet by the time you get the suction and discharge in there. So we've obtained private easements where we're crossing private ground, whether that be UPLRC or Anadarko, and they're further, as well as some individual landowners that are all private. And the pump station itself, that parcel was purchased from a private. But there is a section of BLM. You're familiar with the area up there by the Trap Club, and then south of the interstate. There's two components of that BLM. So it's fairly significant, but it's all wrapped up in one license.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Senator Cole?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just help me understand this a little bit better. First, I guess the question goes to Director Mead. Have we not done projects because we've tied this money up over the years that, for whatever delays, and have we not done projects because we haven't had the money because it was committed to this project? Will be my first question.
Madam Chair, I don't have any specific examples of projects we couldn't do because the $7.5 million was tied up. Without going back and remembering what we funded and didn't fund in previous years, I can't give you specific examples of that, but I'm not aware of any off the top of my head.
Follow up.
Yeah, and then, Mr. Seppi, do you anticipate being able to start in this project within the time, it goes to 26, right, with the current funding? Are you anticipating starting on this project so we can, move forward with it after the final permits? And let me just add one thing to this. This is a necessary project. It's needed for what's going on between the two communities.
it affects thousands and thousands of people, not 26 people, but thousands and thousands of people in a positive way. So are we going to be able to move forward? I mean, realistically? Thank you, Mr.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Secretary.
So the amendment does add a year. So July of 27 is what we would ask in addition to the money. In preparation for this approval process, we've worked with the staff level to merge together with the other funding component, which it will be a DWSRF loan.
Oh, okay, I think we're back online now. So I guess you had a question and I'll let you go ahead and finish answering. I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I was saying, the preparation to match the funding is in place. The city of Rock Springs is committed to the project and moving forward with that loan portion. The design is nearly complete. We have not sent it to the DEQ. That is awaiting kind of this meeting and final approval from the office. Our intent is to have it awarded in summer of 26, pending this approval of 25, excuse me, and completed in December of 26. So that's why we would ask for that extra year. Much like Gillette, you often see projects spool out a little bit, and so that's why we would ask for that other year to get it to 27. But the project is ready to move forward. Looks like the economic situation in visiting with Mr. Brewer, the price of pipelines are starting to hedge our way. So we would be hopeful that, you know, we could enjoy some better prices. The electrical gear and the pump station, that's stuff that we're seeing very long lead on other projects. So we do want to get it started as soon as practical, because that could hold up a pump station from operation. So the sooner we can get started, the better, quite frankly.
Chairman Steinmetz?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a question. So if we delayed increasing your funding, do you have enough to get started now? If we just kind of put a pause until you get your BLM lease, do you have enough to get started now? When you get that easement through, then you could, I mean, what are you at on design? Tell me that again.
We are somewhere between 95 and 100%. You know, we're near the completion line. There's some review by the office and whatnot that needs to take place. In regard to moving forward, I would have to defer to Mr. Kausich, who is online. I say that because the city is obligated for the ineligible portion. And I won't go into the organizational reasons between the board and the city, but the city is responsible for that portion. And so moving forward without knowing the funding picture is a risk, and that risk would have to be borne by the city of Rock Springs. So give some time to Mr. Kausich to answer that question, if I could.
So Mr. Kausich, can you hear Paul? Are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here. Can
Great.
you hear me?
And so right, so we want to know what happens if we don't give you the extra funding. Does that cause a quandary and you don't begin the project at all? So please, if you could help us out.
Well, it would, because for us to actually, I guess, enter into a contract and begin the construction, we would have to obligate 100% of the funding for that construction. So if we did not get the funding for the amendment, then we would have to consider a very large SRF loan to secure 100% of the funding. We can't enter into a contract and begin the project without 100% of that funding encumbered. So we would be looking at securing, close to a $13 million SRF loan to get it started. And then that's without the amendment. But we can't proceed until we have 100% of the funding, either through the amendment and an SRF loan, or solely through just an SRF loan. Does that answer your question?
I think Commissioner Steinmetz has a follow-up.
I do. Would it help if we waited just to see if that comes through when we get to session? Because we'll be having that bill before us as the Select Water Committee, and that's how that bill gets established. And in the meantime, without objection, I'd like to ask staff and with the agreement of my vice chairman to send a letter from our Select Water Committee to the BLM and to our congressional delegation, asking them to help us push this process along with the BLM easements.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Seppi.
To answer Mr. Brewer and I did speak about that potential, and, we applied for the application the end of August, and, I was hoping to be able to have that piece of paper, so their recommendation could be the opposite, of course. Mr. Brewer did indicate that may be an opportunity between now and December. Of course, there's not a lot of time. My impression of the email from the BLM indicates that, they're in the NEPA process. So what I understand that to be is, they've got chunks of time that are, I don't think it can hurt what you're suggesting. I think we are in the process. I honestly don't know if they can accelerate that. It sure would be great if they could. It sure would. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, commissioners, any further questions? Okay, Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Seppi, does this also feed the new high school that's scheduled to be constructed? This area of water service? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, it is essentially 60% of water, everything north of the interstate, including, and as that area grows, which, as I mentioned, that is where the city is pushing residential, commercial. There is some minor industrial. It's everything north of the interstate that this area serves. So it's very important to us. Yes.
Senator Grew has a question. Senator Grew.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a question for Mr. Sepe. The cost of clearing that BLM property, doing all the clearing that you have to do to get to this point, do you have an idea, ballpark, what that costs you?
Madam Chair, I could get those figures for you. The costs are not really the issue. There was a cost of recovery, a cost for the test holes and some monitoring fees. The costs are not significant, quite frankly. That the fees that we pay, we do have to have contracts with the firms to do the archaeological and paleontological. And I don't recall them being exorbitant. It's really the time, quite frankly, not the cost. I know I can't answer you directly, but I don't view the cost as being an impediment at all.
That's, thank you. It's okay, but if you could just get them to me, I'd just be interested anecdotally to know what those costs are and how that contributes to your project. Thanks.
Okay, great. Any further questions? Commissioner Cott?
This would be a question for Director Mead and maybe Mr. Brewer. If they had this easement in place from the BLM, would we be funding this? Would the recommendation be to fund?
Madam Chair, yes.
Thank you.
So Director Mead, my question is, I think we've kind of asked it, but if we don't give them the additional funding, can they start the project with what funding there already was? Or does this just tie them up, like say they do get it in February and the legislature doesn't fund it? Are they tied up then and can't proceed at all? I'm just concerned. I mean, I live there, so I feel like I'd have to declare a conflict. I feel concerned.
Madam Chair, I think in this instance, there is a potential to delay the project if the BLM right away comes through by February, because then potentially they are waiting until a year from March to get additional funding for the project. I would say just real quick, addressing Senator Kolb, I didn't have a chance to think about that. Does this affect another project we could have funded in the past? I don't have a specific example, but just thinking through how we fund projects and how we have biennium funding. And we like to save, spend half this year, save half for next year. So there could have been some influence on, could other projects been funded if we had an additional $7.5 million? So anyway.
Chairman Simons?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was just wondering if we could make this funding contingent upon the BLM lease being executed, because we did that, I believe, with Sheridan when we got the county commissioners to, wasn't that right? Representative Crago, we made it conditional on both governing bodies agreeing to the project. And so I'm wondering if we could make this conditional, the funding conditional upon execution of the lease.
Madam Chair, Chairman Steinmetz, you could sure do that. I don't know if it really changes anything. You're still tying up the money to a project. So I don't know if that effectively does much besides requiring them to get it, which they're not can't proceed forward until they get it anyway, because the BLM wouldn't let them. Right.
But Director, the question would be that then they would know they have the additional funding if they get the approval and can proceed onward with the full amount. So versus, having their hands tied where they only have the 7 million, I'm saying. So maybe, that I would urge the commission maybe to consider that, because this is a big deal for the city of Rock Springs. And, both Commissioner Cott and I were on that project and have toured it and things like that. And there's some issues for the city. So I would like to see this project rolled out and get done, but thanks for the great idea, Chairman. Just an idea. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Brian. We appreciate you being here. And
Madam Chair,
go ahead, Commissioner Craig.
I'd like to back up a little, maybe clear up some confusion and possibly figure out how to move forward with this. So what I'm hearing is the project can't proceed until the permits are obtained from BLM. And yet it sounds like time-wise, they possibly could be in place before the legislature meets. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, what we were told, we knew this was an issue, right? So we contacted the folks at BLM and they were able to tell us where it is today. And they said the NEPA process takes 2 months, and then the final approval takes another month. So 3 months from the end of October. I can't hold them to it. you know, it's a staff level type of thing. But that is our holdup is having, we've got to have all those easements in place and all those rights of way before we can move forward. So it's kind of a bit of a jigsaw puzzle. But that right now is the linchpin, and the timing just didn't work out with the application process here.
So to follow up on that and to maybe piggyback on what Senator Steinman says, I think suggested, if I understood correctly, we as a commission could propose to approve this with the legislature's funding contingent on the permits. Am I understanding that right? Is that what you were suggesting?
So maybe just a little bit more discussion on that.
Okay, Director.
Help me understand. So if it's an administrative problem for Brian and the other folks funding the matching dollars to not be able to let a contract until they know they have 100% fully funded project, I guess I don't see the difference in just approving the funding and the omnibus bill without strings attached versus putting in there, okay, the funding is contingent upon the BLM permit. Either way, the funding is now obligated or appropriated to that particular project and no other project. So it's held up, which is fine from the rest of our program, but I'm not sure, I guess, I don't fully understand how that little caveat of dependent upon the BLM permit, because they wouldn't be able to actually construct the project until obviously the BLM permit's in place. I don't know if it holds up your contracting process or if you guys are willing to move forward without the BLM permit in place on the contracting piece.
No, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I do understand what you're saying, and yeah, that obligation is there. We have to have that in place. So essentially, it wouldn't need the caveat, is what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, if you want to fund it, fund it. If you don't. I don't know that it needs a caveat. And you can convince me otherwise. You're an attorney.
Well, my understanding, Director, is, and I'll get with you in a minute, Commissioner Kennedy, it's just that I think they're saying that they can't sign a contract unless they know the other funding is there. Otherwise, they have to go out and get some other loans, the WSRA loan, right? And that's what they would do otherwise. And so that's an option. But if we say it's contingent, then as soon as then they know the funding's there, they get the easement in February, then they can sign the contract February 5th, say, and they wouldn't have to wait for the legislature to meet and approve it and wait till the end of session. They could begin that contract right away, is what I'm thinking. That's where I was hoping the contingency might aid them.
Madam Chair, I would say it'd be in their best interest to wait until the governor signs the omnibus bill.
Good point.
But
good point.
I think whether it's in the bill one way or another, without the contingency language or not, it's in the bill. So that provides them reassurance that the funding will come through as long as all the committees in the legislature and the governor agree.
I see what you're saying. So that's a good point. So at this point, we think it's going to come in February, and it does, and then it's in the omnibus. It'll be fine. And Commissioner Kaylee?
Oh, I just had a quick question for Jason. Is the office worried about if we approve that $4.5 million now, them coming back at a later date and again asking for another adjustment? Is the office worried about that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kaylee, we're always worried about that because engineers' estimates and bidding have not seemed to line up for the past 3 years. We are seeing that getting a little better here, more recent. So it's always a concern. The one ability we have to react to that is a sponsor's contingency fund for the different accounts.
Thank you.
Mr. Seppi?
If I may follow on that, you know, we understand the big commitment that the commission and the state of Wyoming's put into this. And so when we put in for the amendment, when we put it in, the amended amount is for a 50%. The original was the 2/3, 1/3. So we understand we're at. It's a big ask. We understand that inflation has affected us all, and it's increasing what the city has to get a loan for. So we're trying to share the pain a little bit. But in the end, we certainly appreciate the program, and without it, this project wouldn't really be feasible, quite frankly. So I just wanted to let you know that was a consideration that the city had already kind of built into the amendment.
Thanks for that clarification, going to the 50-50 status versus 67%. Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Commissioner Copp?
And just want to echo what Senator Kolb said. Rock Springs is under growth pressure, increasing couple trona mines, development over in the Kemmer area for a nuclear power plant, other industrial expansions. Whole motels are being rented out right now for housing, for quite an infusion of construction workers. That's a great problem to have. The housing piece of that is what's essential. Water is a part of that. And I just want to emphasize the importance to City of Rock Springs and Sweetwater County for this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Copp. Any further discussion? Okay. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Paul, for being there too, Mr.
Thank you,
Rutledge.
Chair.
All right, Director,
Madam Chair,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I
Yes,
got a
Commissioner Glick?
question.
Yes, Commissioner Glick, I apologize. Is it for Brian?
It's probably for anybody who can answer
Okay.
it. Remember there's the funding that if they're gonna put that nuclear plant in Cameron, doesn't the state get a certain amount of funding for improvements? Huh? Counties do. Doesn't the state get some too or no? Oh, do they?
Sales tax.
Speaker Summers, just to make sure they can hear you because your mic isn't on. So Speaker Summers. So Speaker Summers is
So there's impact money, Madam Chairman, there's impact money that's really basically the state gives up some of its sales tax and it goes back through the board. And I think that's all been let out for that project, I think. And I don't know where all of it went, but I'll bet JT knows.
JT?
I don't know. I remember that funding.
Representative Larson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, there's the impact assistance funding through the sales tax for these industrial projects. We, in Sweetwater County, since the nuclear facility isn't in Sweetwater County, we don't get as big of a portion of those impact fees. It's going to be much smaller for us. It would not even cover this project, most likely. Lincoln County would be the one receiving the majority of those impact fees for their community. And so while we may feel some of the effects, we don't get the proportion of dollars.
Great. So thank you. And as Commissioner Craig said, Kemmer's in Lincoln County. So, all right. So thank you. And now we will move on to the Lander Well and Transmission Pipeline.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this project is from 2021. It's for more or less backup water. There were a number of wells drilled for the city of Lander. Now they're just trying to tie them into their system. The bids that they received to do that came in significantly higher than expected. I think when the wells were drilled, the production of the wells was higher than everybody thought. So that has somewhat inflated the project a little bit on the other appurtenances, I guess, to get that tied in. So I'm going to let Bill provide a little bit more information on this one as well, because the sponsors asked for a certain amount of money and we're recommending something lesser than that.
Hey, Bill, if you could help us.
Commissioner, Bill Brewer, Deputy Director. Yes, this project has slightly grown. This is backup water. So this is City of Lander primarily gets their water from surface water. We have done several of these projects. We heard from one of them yesterday for City of Buffalo, where we're drilling wells as backup water in case something happened to that surface water source, fires, et cetera, that cause issues. So this project was pushed forward back in 2021 to add those wells. The original project was looking to get about 1,200 GPM of water. The wells came in considerably better. So we're looking at that slightly increased in size. However, the project costs overall have really grown on this project. And I think we're getting to the point, if this in 2021, we came in for a $3.6 million backup water project. I don't know if we would have approved that size. We would have asked it to be sized down slightly. But at this point where we're at, I don't like to turn away good water because when we drill wells, we love getting better than we expect. However, that increases the cost of pipes, pumps, all the electrical equipment also. So generally what we did is we went and said, if they were coming in today for this project, what size project would we think was reasonable for backup water? And then we kind of backed the cost off of that. So that's basically where that $1 million ask comes from. Is it was kind of a back calculated number of, if this project was brand new, what would we have funded it at? So, thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And hello, if you state your name first.
Hello, I'm Lance Hopkin. I'm the City Engineer and Public Works Director for Lander. I guess just to give a little more background, this isn't just replacement water. This has been an ongoing 20-year project to replace a lost infiltration gallery for the city of Lander. So we had an alternative source, and it became a problem because it was affected by surface water. And then we'd been working with water development for a long time to find replacement wells. So as you look through different level 1 and level 2 studies throughout time, before my time at the city, which is 10 years, you see that we've always been looking for a well project and finding replacement water, because surface water can be very finicky at the top of the mountain. Even though the water comes down very clear and near distilled quality, it's very hard to treat that. You're messing with the chemistry constantly to try to get that perfect so you can deliver it and meet EPA standards. I've been dealing with this, I think, since day 4 of my transition from consultant engineering to being the City of Lander's engineer, where we couldn't make good water and the mayor was saying, well, let's just release it. And I'm like, whoa, 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 I'm new, but hold on. Like, we cannot just chlorinate and send water. We've got to meet water quality standards. And throughout time, I can probably name 5 different incidents very similar where we were down to less than a foot of water in our tank. So this is emergency water and replacement water that we need in order to make sure that our customers can continue to receive it and we can meet those demands. When our community center caught fire and almost depleted and it burned down, all the water was used in town and there wasn't enough to go around. So there's been several instances throughout time where this isn't just backup water, but a need for us. And I know that it's gotten more expensive. I think that the original pricing came from the level 2 study. But that level 2 study was great because we originally came in for a $2 million project. We found these wells at 50 feet up by the water treatment plant, not the 5,000 feet that we were hoping. So we returned over $1 million there in just that study where we didn't have to go any deeper. And we were able to just be able to move on this concept of equipping the wells closer to the plant. We've gone through numerous value engineering suggestions. They keep saying, go through this. We've deleted piping into ditches. We've went through, trying to get the building down to as small footprint as possible, look at alternative construction methods. Unfortunately, 4 wells, equipping them, the pipeline, installing it in a boulder field, and then bringing that into a building and putting in your system has grown exponentially over the last 5 years. And so, I do think that it is expensive. I understand what's being said. I think that the city has the ability to go to the ask amount and fund our third right now. I'm worried that this becomes a phased project if we keep moving forward, that we'll be able to equip 2 wells. We'll get about 800 gallons per minute at that point, which gives us about 1 million gallons a day. And if we shut off our bulk fill station and we say no irrigation, we could make 1 million gallons a day barely work for the community. And so that's that emergency instance where we could do that. But I think we'd be back paying for engineering again, bringing back the project, saying, hey, can we get another $1 million to equip the other 2 wells? There were 6 total, and we're already just saying, let's do 4 because that's all we need. at this point in time. So in growth and development, we could look at adding 2 more to the system. We're not asking for that. So by the time that you build the pipeline, we think it would be a good investment for the state and the city to get the project done now. We're ready to go for bidding. We've actually bid the project once. It came back. That's where these dollar amounts are coming from. And unfortunately, it's just hard to find contractors right now. And when these projects are bid after the omnibus water bill is passed, it's at a time that's not the best time for contractors. They're looking for work at the beginning of January to fill their summer work. And, you know, this project is going to be bid at the same time. We're hoping to construct it next year if we can find the funding for it. So we'd really, we very much appreciate all the work and effort and money that's been invested in Lander over time. You guys have been great to us, but we'd love to partner with getting this one done and 100% complete rather than partially complete next year.
Okay, thank you, Lance. Any questions from the commission?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Glick?
Jason, what do you think about if we don't completely fund them and they have to come back, would that increase the cost over time? Like every time that they come back for another well to be installed for their backup water, would it cost us more in the long run, or would it be easier to do it all at once? Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think it would be easier to do all at once, but then the question becomes, how much backup water do you need, and how much should the water development program be funding? Or how important that is for the city if they want more, if they don't want to have to shut off irrigation during emergency or something like that, then maybe the city should think about how they want to handle that.
I have a question. I guess this would be for Bill. They're staying with the 67% grant, whereas we sort of moving to a lower percent grant. Is this the case where we should say to the city, maybe you should step up a little bit and pay a little bit more percent, just as the city of Rock Springs is offering to say, we'll go to 50-50 essentially? Because you emphasize that many times in your report.
Yes, that was originally considered. If you remember, this project actually came in for sponsors contingency funds in August and pulled their application. That original application was based on the full amount of the project, but at 50-50, which was a $900 and some thousand request to be 50-50. They say they really wanted 67. So basically it's almost the same dollar amount, but at 67%. And we said, basically, if you can find cost savings, then that benefits you to find some cost savings to bring this cheaper, but you'll get, we would go with 67% of current project.
Great. Thank you for reminding us of that because it's important, Director.
Madam Chair, I would just point out, if you wanted to fully fund their additional request of 2.265 million. I'm sorry, never mind. I'll rescind that comment. I was going to say I was doing 50% math on their request, but they're actually asking for 2.26.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad for
in my head. So,
Mr. Brewer, thanks for clarifying that. Any further questions for this project? Thank you, Lance, for making the trip up. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Director, we are on to the Small Water Project Program, new development.
thank you, Madam Chair. So we currently have in account 1 small water, 400,000 and change for the current balance. And we are requesting an additional 1.5 million be appropriated to the small water account 1. Really just basing that off of at the bottom of the page there, you can see kind of the project, the applications, and the funding that we've put out towards projects over the last numerous years, and kind of did an average of the last 5 years based on applications, and then again based on dollar amounts that went out, and that came up to pretty close to $1.9 million. So anticipating continued interest in the program, that's how we came up with the additional funding to put into the small water program for new development.
Great, thanks for that. Any questions about the small water account? Seeing none, thanks for the explanation. We'll go on to the last one, the South End water users.
All right, Madam Chair, so this is originally to construct Lane 9 extension and west end tie-in. In 2023, we appropriated for the design and the pre-construction costs of this. And they've requested now for construction dollars. And the only problem we have with that is they still need to obtain a right-of-way or a permit through the railroad property. And that's why we're reluctant to move forward with construction funding. So I'd hand it over to the sponsors to talk more.
Can you state your name for us?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, my name's Earl Bros. They call me Tuffy. I'll probably answer better if you call me that.
Okay.
This is, I'm the chairman of the South End Water Users. This is Shane Brost, who is a board member, and Willie Bridges, who is our engineer. And we've been kind of arguing with the railroad a bit here, back and forth. We've done everything that they've asked us to. They've got it all. I'm going to explain this lightly and then kind of defer to him. He knows a little more of the particulars, but basically there's three different entities we have to deal with: the railroad, their permitting company, and their insurance company. And so it's been kind of at present, they had a question on insurance. This was on, I believe, Friday. And we clarified that with them, had it all back to them. By the time it went through the permit and back to the thing, as of yesterday afternoon, there on the East Coast, they were closed. We got nothing. So basically I don't know that they've given us permission, but there's been the verbal thought that it was going to go through, just waiting on all this approval. And now we've done everything we can do that we've been asked to do. And so, I mean, we could see that as early as this afternoon, or it's the railroad. It might be a month from now. But what we would request is a provisional funding for this so that when that permit come through, we could proceed. Our final design will be done March at the latest, and it would surely benefit us for sure if we could move ahead into the bidding process right away rather than delaying that a year. And a number of concerns for that, and we've listened to it on everybody up here, is the cost. Okay.
Thank you, Tuffy, for that explanation. William, do you want to give us a little more information?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. We've done everything we can with railroad right now. It's BNSF that we're dealing with. We have provided them with the plan sheets. They have given us the permit. They ask us to execute it, which we did, and send it back to them to be executed upon approval of our certificate of insurance and paying the permit fees, which we have done. And we've given them the certificate of insurance yesterday. The last word we got was that they had 48 hours to approve the certificate of insurance. And so that's what we're waiting on right now. So the intent would be is to provide the permit to us, because we've had a draft and executed on the district side. We're just waiting for them to get through their process. And it appears that should happen within the next couple of days. So waiting, if we didn't get funding right now, we're going to be sitting on this project for a year, coming back again, asking for the construction side. And everything else is in place. All our other easements are in place. Our permits are in place. We just need this one piece to be able to move forward.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Are there questions from Select Water or from our commission? Speaker Summers.
Madam Chairman, thank you. This is for the agency. So once again, it's a 67-33 split. Obviously, you're not recommending that for right now, but would eventually this go to a 50-50 on any new money, or would you leave the split the same? And if so, why?
Madam Chair, I think on this particular instance, the I guess the financial recommendations from the original studies and what they could afford were based on 6733. This is a smaller community as compared to some of our larger communities. This is not backup water. So I think we would probably stick with the original grant loan percentage.
Senator Larson?
Madam Chairman, thank you. I should know this. Is this near Cowley or is this near level? I think it's near
Between
Cowley,
Cali and Deaver.
between Cowley and Deaver. Thank you.
Commissioners? Select Water? I guess I have a question then, again, similar. Sounds like they are close to getting their easement. How long have you been waiting on this easement with the railroad? How, has it been years or is it?
Oh, we've been waiting on the easement for the railroad for about 4 months right now. We applied for it as soon as we had the other easements in place, so we knew that this is the location where that permit needed to be. And so as soon as we got all the other easements in place, then we started the permitting process.
Madam Chairman,
Yes,
one other
Duffy?
thing that I would add is that what this is going to do is tie back from Cali up and tie back into Deaver, which there is a line going there now. But this will provide a loop so we have no dead water. So there's more benefits to both communities than just feeding the new people. It's a huge benefit to the whole system because you don't have to worry about the stagnant water as bad.
Madam Chair, I would just add to that, we recognize some of these projects are getting close. We hope they're getting close to getting their easements, but because of the policy we've kind of set in place to prevent what we've had in the past, we at least wanted to provide this to the commission to have these discussions that we're having today. So we're not opposed to changing our recommendations, but we wanted to be consistent and bring the conversation to you guys as the decision-making body.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Craig?
In your conversations with the railroad, with BNSF, excuse me, is this issue of the insurance the final hurdle? Or was there something else that they needed before they would approve the permit?
William?
Madam Chairman, the final thing was the certificate of insurance that they wanted to review. We had provided one to them. They didn't recognize the district at that time as being a government entity, a legitimate district for some reason. So we had to resupply or resubmit that, explain the situation with the district, and they said, we understand that now, and it's, we do that all the time with government agencies in Wyoming, so it won't be a problem, but we don't have that yet.
Thank you. Jason, I'd like to ask, do we have any history of permits with BNSF? I would assume at some point, maybe there's been some right-of-way things. And if so, do you have any recollection of them ever denying a permit application when everything's in place?
Chairman, Vice Chairman, it's mixture on how long. Usually once you meet all the requirements, then it goes fairly well. However, how many hurdles they put in front of you sometimes varies from project to project on what they require. My understanding is they've met all the requirements they've asked for. They just haven't issued the permit at this point. But we've seen some of these permits take 2 years. We've also seen them take, a reasonable amount of time, but it really depends on what that line of the railroad serves, how active it is. And obviously the more active the line, the tighter they are on letting anything go through there. But like I said, I'm not that familiar with this project, but like I said, I've seen them take 6 months to 2 years or denied, but not a lot of denials. It's just usually a lot of requirements that they add on.
Thank you for that. And you can read between the lines why I'm asking the question. I would be favorable of proceeding with approval of their request if I was confident that the permit would be approved. I think that's the big question.
Madam Chairman,
Senator Larson.
thank you. I guess I have a question on it. Are you crossing the railroad just once? Are you paralleling it for a mile or, just kind of specifics? I don't see a map or anything here.
Madam Chairman, we crossed the railroad one time towards the town of Deaver. It's perpendicular to their line. It's a single track, that runs through there. We have crossed their track in another location on another project previous to this a few years ago. That permit took about 6 to 8 weeks to get done. This one's just been a little bit longer process.
Follow
Thank
up,
you.
please.
Go ahead, follow up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. If it's going from Deaver to Powell, it's a train about once a day, I think. So, makes you wonder.
Okay, thank you. I guess the question would be that I know we talked about with our experience too for you, Director, and for you, Bill, is to say that I know you were thinking that really we had to make a contingent on getting these permits, but it seems like maybe it pushes it to say it's contingent on the omnibus bill being signed by the governor and getting it contingent on the BLM or on the, in this case, the railroad permit. But to allow the funding, we were just hoping maybe give a little extra push to these people to get that little piece done. Do you object to that, Director?
Madam Chair, do I object to the language in the omnibus bill? Is that what you're asking?
Just
The
object to
additional
us
language?
approving funding for these two other projects. Is there money there? Is it an issue? And if we say, okay, we just want to give the extra push to the BLM by saying it's contingent on that and the omnibus bill being signed by the governor for these, if that's where the commission wants to go, and then obviously after that, select water. How would you
So,
feel about that? Do
yeah,
we
but
have the money? And
Account one, with all the recommendations that we have in front of you, without any changes, there would be $30 million left in account one. So there is funding to fund both of those projects, or there's available funding for changes to be made. The adding the language to the omnibus bill, the caveat, makes writing the omnibus bill slightly more difficult, but if you want to do that, that's not a problem.
all right, well, thank you, Director. And I guess, this is an important project for this area. Is that correct?
The fact that they're here, I would say yes.
Yes, it is. It's, it's all, that's a rural area between there. We're both small communities and basically they're hauling water, and there's some of these people are older folks, and I mean, it's a good thing for the system. And the big thing that I see about it is that it gives us, it eliminates a stagnant dead end line.
Great. Thank you, Tuffy.
Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chairman.
Oh, go ahead.
Another important aspect that it does with that tie-in is it gives some redundancy and the ability for backup water for the different town systems. Where our water district then becomes a potential tie-in for 4 different districts: the Deaver district, Callie's district, Lovell district, and the Shoshone municipal. We can actually become a tie-in for them as far as being able to, if they have a problem on their line, they could feed through us and not ever be without water on any level. So.
It's Shane, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you, Shane, for that clarification. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Okay, yes, Vice Chair?
I just have a question for my own information. Is the source of water the Shoshone Municipal Pipeline?
No, it's the Cowley, artesian well from Cowley.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Speaker Summers?
Madam Chairman, thank you. And I'm sure somebody said it. When is the deadline on this funding? I mean, if we were to put in place the additional money, what is the deadline for that before it reverts back, or there has to be another change?
Madam Chair, Speaker, it's 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah, 28. Does that make sense? 3 years or 5 years? Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of new money. So they would
It's this
extend
budget.
to 2028 because this is an older appropriation.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Just to follow up. So, you know, do you guys, if you get the money, you get the easement in place, is it gonna take you that long to get it done? Is it gonna take you longer to get it done? What's your time frame of getting the project done if you get the money and the right of way? Just curious.
So if we can be appropriated the money from this omnibus bill, our intent would be to go into construction next summer in 2025 and have it completed late 2026, early 2027.
Thank you, William. Any further questions, Commission? Okay, thank you all for coming, and we appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and we appreciate your time and your consideration.
Thanks, Tuffy.
Madam Chair, I would just make one comment.
Uh-huh.
You asked about how much funding we have available. So I mentioned 30 million in account one. If you recall yesterday when I mentioned how many project applications we had, there was, with planning studies and everything else, it was like over $60 million of requests. So just keep that in mind, because there's going to be other projects this afternoon that aren't getting funded as well. So that's all.
Okay, with that chipper ending, now we have to look at all these projects, and obviously some of them are easier than others. So I know that Commissioner Glick first wanted to go through the first four because he thought they were fairly straightforward. So do you want to make that motion, Commissioner Glick? And
I make the motion that we pass the first four for time extension only.
and additional funding on Broken Wheel, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be the Broken Wheel Ranch Water one with 300,000 additional funding and time, and then the 3 Gillette regional extensions. Do I have a second on that motion for those? Okay, second, Commissioner Cott. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes. I think we'll go ahead and go one by one on the rest of them. Let's go ahead and Green River Rock Springs pump station. That's where town was requesting the extra money and are trying to get the easement from the BLM. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion, and the reason I'm making a motion is having worked with the BLM in Rock Springs, there are delays, and they also get blamed for delays, and 2 months or 3 months is on the timing of that 2 or 3 months is unfortunate this time, but I believe that they are very close to completing that. And as I asked the question, would we have funded this if that was in place? And I would say, and the answer was yes. So I think we virtually have that in place. If the Select Water Committee could write a letter to the BLM to assure that, that would be wonderful. So I make a motion that we do fund this at their requested amount.
And Director Mead or Bill, does that have to be contingent upon the governor signing the omnibus water bill, I assume?
That would be standard language that we could not go to
Right.
bid.
So we'll have
before
that standard in the omnibus water bill as well. So, yeah, so that's how they draft it, as usual. So, with a letter requested from Select Water to the BLM to saying, please get your ducks in order. Okay, that's the motion.
That motion, that total dollar amount.
Yes, I could. Let me
I think it's
get it right here. 4,465,000. Is that correct? 4,465,000.
And in addition, they had requested additional time. Are you going to ask for the additional time as well, Commissioner Cott?
Yes. Was that 1 year? 1
Added-
year additional time.
Added to what it was already further out. Okay. So yes, Speaker Summers?
Just a clarification. So does that include that's a 50% match? Right, I assume you do the whole thing.
Yes, and that would be at a 50% match.
Thank you, Speaker Summers. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Cott. So that is the motion. Is there a second? And then we could discuss it.
I'll second.
Okay, who was second down there? Commissioner Kaylee? Okay, Commissioner Kaylee. Second, Director Mead?
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Was that a 1-year extension you mentioned or a 2-year? Because they've asked for a 2-year.
We were asking for the extension of time that they asked for.
Okay. That's
So
20.
2-year then. Is that what you'd asked for? I thought is that right?
You said one, but on the motion.
Yeah, I was trying to remember what it was.
All right, 1 year.
1 year.
Keep their feet to the fire.
Okay, 1 year, keep their feet to the fire. All right, 1 year. All right, that's the motion now. I think we have it in, so we have a second. Is there any discussion from the commission or select water?
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Suker?
I just have a comment. I guess when we do these projects anymore, we allow money and time for easements, engineering, anything that they need. So when we assume or accept a project like this, are we going against what we've really set out to achieve? That's what my question is to the recommendation.
Thank you for the question. Commissioner Cott, did you want to try a hand at that?
Madam Chairman, I would like to try, and I believe that is a good policy. I mean, we've seen, years, people trying to track down easements. And it's a good policy, and although I think we do need some flexibility in that policy where we can see the finish line is close. And I believe in this case, working with the Rock Springs BLM, 2 or 3 months to bring this across the finish line. The district office is right there in town, especially if we have some support from our senators and representatives to make that happen. I think we can close this deal, but I don't, so in this case, yes, we are going by the letter of the law of that policy, but I think there's flexibility. I think we are close. And that's.
Well, my concern is, are we setting a precedent here? Because once we do, it kind of opens a ground rule for us to allow any of them. That's my opinion. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
And Commissioner Suker, I would say I agree with you that we like to sort of follow the rules, but we're making them go 50-50. The other ones are going 67. So we're allowing flexibility. We're allowed to do that. We are the commission. And I think when we see something very close, I also agree that sometimes we're going to have flexibility. We're going to have another project come before us where it's fairly close in terms of the number of acres. And it's, if we always want to go strictly by the rules, we sort of tie our own hands. So I think we need to realize that we have some flexibility, and that's a decision we have to make. If we really think that that last easement will come for, whether it's from the railroad or whether it's from the BLM, I think that's a matter of judgment that we have to exercise. And that's a decision that we all vote on right now, and then select water well as well, and they're on. Okay, any other discussion?
Madam Chair, I have a concern, and it's echoing off of Director Mead's comments earlier, where we're maybe approving projects that just because they're earlier in the line will get chosen because now we still have funding, but later on we get into these level 2 projects, and I don't know if I'm saying that right, but there's several of them that are recommended do not fund, and we haven't heard those requests. Would it be best if we held off on approving any of the do not funds until we've heard all of the do not funds?
Commissioner Hosea, I like your suggestion. I think that's fair because we haven't heard them all, and give us a little more time to reflect. I don't think it's a problem to pull one out and wait till the end of this meeting to vote on it. Is that okay, Director Mead?
Madam Chair, I think that is good thinking.
Okay, I'd like to, so we have a motion, we have a second, we've had some discussion. So if it's okay with the motion goer in the second, can we wait until the end to review this one?
Madam Chairman, I do not have a problem with that. Great idea,
Okay.
Commissioner Host.
Great. Commissioner Hosey, thanks for the suggestion. We'll go ahead and we will look at this one after we've gone through the rest. So Brian, we get to see your face, smiley face a little while longer.
Madam Chair, and just one clarification, Brian and I just spoke. They plan to be done by the end of 2027. So we still need to go to the July 1st of 2028, 2-year extension.
Thanks
When
for
we get around
clarifying
to
that.
it.
When we get down to it, then that's where we'll be, Commissioner Cott. So that's, I think, a great suggestion. So we'll go ahead and we'll move on to, we're at the Lander Well and Transmission Pipeline. This is for additional funding and time. And the recommended funding is the $1,030,000, et cetera. So,
Madam Chair,
yes, Commissioner Glick?
I have a question for the engineer prior to making the motion. Would it be okay if I make the motion at 50-50 for the whole project? The match should be 50, or would that not work?
Lance? Welcome back.
That's something I need to know before making the motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The reason that we're struggling on this project of getting it complete is because we have $44 million of SRF, DWSRF, clean water and drinking water tied up into 9 projects over the next 5 years. And so that's why, the additional cost to the city right now would have to be the phase solution versus trying to get more loan and pay back more. So we're being pretty aggressive on getting a lot of things done and fixed in Lander with the quality of the infrastructure. And then I also wanted to clarify one more point. That 1 million per day is without irrigation. We're up to 4 or 5 million gallons a day. When Jason commented on turning things off, we were planning on turning things off if we were able to get the well filled in full to be able to just serve the community and be able to serve the county residents. We serve them through a bulk fill station in the area. So I do not think it's more water than what we need. The minimum was the 1.2, but we're talking about or 1,200 gallons per minute. This would be 1,600 gallons per minute if all were built. So 400 gallons a minute more potentially.
Thank you, Lance. And Mr. Brewer, you had indicated that at one point it was going to be like $900,000 to do it. And you told him to go back and find some savings. And that's why you left it at the 67% is what I remember. Is that correct?
The original recommendation in August for the sponsors contingency was to drop that match funding. The second, so basically the first round of funding would have stayed at 67%. The additional sponsors contingency would have dropped down to a 50% match. It's relatively the same dollar amount, but that second round of money would continue at 67%. So essentially it's giving them similar money to what we were looking at in August, however, all at 67%, which means if there's any cost savings, then it's purely off of their amount. So that was kind of the idea is about the same dollar amount, but we were going to do it at 67% versus 67 and then dropping to 50 for the next portion.
Madam Chair, I make
Yes.
a motion that we increase the budget at $1,030,058 and extend the reversion date from July 1st, 2026 to July 1st, 2028 with them moving forward with trying to find different sources of funding and finding different ways to cut costs through that process. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Basically, that's saying that we would approve the 67% for this. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, all right. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I would make the same point on this project as the last project that, can we wait to approve these projects until we've heard all of the do not fund projects?
Okay, but this one was not a do not fund, so
You're basically going along
Oh,
with our
we're going,
recommendation
we're
in
going
this
with
case.
recommendations. Sorry, mix up.
so Commissioner Hosey, is that okay with you then?
I'm good, sorry.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, that one has passed. The next one is a small water program. This is just putting more money back into the account. We have asked that they've averaged out over all the years. This is for $1,500,000 to add to that account. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the 1,500,000 for small water. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Choma. Okay, any discussion? Speaker Summers.
Madam Chairman, I just have a question of staff on this. So that goes to 1.9 million and in your other appropriations from 2014 through 2024, you're looking at anywhere, a low of 600,000 to a high of 2 million. And I assume it's the high of 2 million that you're saying is consistent with our previous appropriations. We've done 1 million basically for 5 years. I'm just curious a little bit, give me a little bit more on your recommendation of 1.5 additional.
Director.
Madam Chair, Speaker, so I wasn't looking at that first set of numbers. I was going down to the bottom of the page and looking at those. So I took from 2020 through 2024 and looked at the number of applications and times that by the maximum amount, $35,000, and got one number. And then I looked at how many dollars we approved on average over those 5 years. And it ranged from roughly 1.8 to about 2.15 million. So landed on 1.9.
Thank you, Director. Okay, so this is, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is carried. So the next item again is one where they have recommended to do not fund for the South End water users. So that, I guess we won't even do the discussion right now. Is that what we'd prefer? And then we'll just wait until the end. Okay, so that finishes off all of those for now. We have pizza, so should we take a break and have a little pizza and then continue forth?